Okay, testing. All right. Welcome to episode 1 of a new thing that I'm doing. And hello, Freebird and Daniel. Uh, hopefully, hopefully Streamlabs is caught up here. Let's test it. Now that we're live. Just going to repeat what I already pasted, if it does do it. So we're going to ease into this because I got a lot of talking and stuff to do, and I don't even have the Sims loaded yet, so. Oh, well, there. Okay, so now it's caught up. All right, so let's one more time type mine. There we go. All right, good. So it's got all that in one paragraph. It didn't split it. So the thumbnail is temporary. It's what I threw together this morning. Well, last night before I went to bed. Then I added a little to the thing. Let's see. 16 years ago, before I went to school the first time, I had a friend online in chat who was a instructor in Texas, and it was somebody I could ask questions when I was still shy and uncomfortable talking about the subject of me going to cosmetology school. And she sent me the book that's in the thumbnail, or at least my own copy. That's not my copy, but that's the book she sent me. And ever since then, when I went to school the first time, we used a newer edition of Milady's cosmetology textbook. And then when I went to school the second time, we used the newer edition. So every few years they make a new edition. So I went on eBay and because I think I threw out all my textbooks between the moves. So I went on eBay and I've ordered a copy of the one that we have in the picture for about $6. These books can go for back then they were going for like $50 if you wanted to buy one on Amazon. Now they're like outrageous for buying the newer ones. But anyway, it's a used copy. Somebody will probably have it all highlighted from when they went to school and all that. No biggie. But I'm going to use the thing so when I speak as though I'm the teacher, I will be like giving a lesson. Now, we don't have actual mannequin heads. So what I will do is I will use Sims I will make Sims like NPC type things that live in a separate house, and for whatever lesson she's doing that day, that's the mannequin that she's taking to school. So we'll move that mannequin in, and over time, that particular mannequin's hair will change, get shorter, etc., just like a real mannequin. So, that's one way to do it, because otherwise I'd have to wait for somebody to make some sort of mannequin head that would work. So that's one way to do some gameplay. Now, the picture we have there, I tossed that in there. That's Beth and that's Dana from the beauty magazine series. They are not going to be the characters in this playthrough. But in order to throw a thumbnail together, I needed an action shot and I didn't have time to go into The Sims and make one. So the bottom part there is the display case from the school I graduated. Although I split it, I took 2 of the shelves from a 4-shelf display case and did that. The mannequin with the curly hair in the middle, not the guy, but the other one, I did those curls, and she came up to me one day and said, "Hey, could you do some iron curls for me real quick on this mannequin?" Because she was redoing the case there. So that's my curls on that mannequin. Unfortunately, well, I don't have a closer one on that, but let me see if I got. I was just looking at it a minute ago. That's going to be way up here, though, because that's closer to when I graduated. Obviously. So, yeah. For those who don't know me, I went to school when I was 24. I'm currently 50 years old. I live in Michigan. Michigan has 1,500 hours for taking the cosmetology class. That's about 11 months if you go every day. In the year 2000, in August 2nd, I started at a school that doesn't exist anymore called Virginia Farrell. In the Detroit area, they had about 7 locations. So they were kind of big around here at the time because you didn't have a lot of chain places or anything in this area. You had a couple of mom and pops, around the area. One of the high schools had an actual, if they still do, I don't know, but they had an actual cosmetology thing built into their school. I didn't go to that school. My high school did not offer cosmetology. So if I'd have wanted to go while going to high school, it wasn't possible. And the ironic thing about that is, 6 years later, when I went to Virginia Farrell, my high school was busing the kids over to Virginia Farrell to have cosmetology class as part of your school day. It's kind of insult to injury because I probably would have taken a class had they been doing that. But at the same time, I probably wouldn't have wanted anybody at that school knowing I was doing that. Because I was not exactly, school was not exactly fun for me. Too many practical joke type things played on me. In restaurant management, I came out of the kitchen area to go get my bag to go to my next class one time, and I don't know who, but somebody had taken it upon themselves to stab my duffel bag several times with a knife. Now, me being the person that I am, I used a stapler to fix it, and kept using that bag. But I would ride my bike to school that year. People would keep popping my tires. I don't know if they're popping anybody else's tires, but you know, school was a mile, so that meant I could ride my bike and go home for lunch, and still make it back in time. You know. So anyway, let's get off the thing here. Hide that. So the first thing I want to do, want to make a little to-do list type thing. Objectives, I guess. I'll call it that for now. So I've downloaded some custom content and mods, but I have not installed it yet. You know, that's a when I'm ready for it type thing. So we need to, one, create characters and build. Yeah, we'll put that in one, so that I'm not. Two, look through current hairstyles to see what fits the MPAs or minimum practical applications. That would be required in school / by state board. So what usually happens is the state board has their minimum of what you have to do. But the school may also have their own requirements. That's one of the things I had as a problem in my first school and why I was falling behind. We had these like workbooks to do with different hairstyles that we had to do on mannequins, or hairstyles, hair cutting, and you had to do those on the mannequin. They only counted if you did it on a person on Saturdays. So when you're out on the floor and you're needing to do those, and you keep getting perms and roller sets by the busload coming in, and you're going every day, but you're not getting the work on your mannequin, you fall behind in that. And that's what happened to me. I wasn't getting those things done because I was doing too many perms and roller sets. And I needed to do those things. I'm just gonna come right out. I probably mentioned it the other day when I was going through my journal, but the biggest thing that hit me and made me stop going to school at that first school, I was completely new to doing hair. I barely ever combed my own hair. It was a source of problems, issues, fights, arguments between my mom and me, and my grandmother picking on me and wanting me to have short hair. And I had a teacher that would tell me to comb my hair, and I'd tell her, you're not the boss of me, and I'd be out in the hallway combing my hair in tears and crap. So I have long hair right now. My hair reaches my butt. I've had my hair that long for, let's see, since about 1995. It's been growing. The last short haircut I had was 1994 when I was 18. It's been growing since then, and I just don't let it get longer than my butt so that I don't sit on it, on my ponytail. But I don't appreciate people telling me what to do with my hair. So anyway, I'm very stubborn. But anyway, I'd barely done anything with a comb. I didn't blow dry my hair. I didn't have skills going into school. But I was going every day and excited, but I hadn't done all the things like using hot combs coming out of the little ovens. I hadn't done enough of that on mannequins. And suddenly I'm being asked to do that stuff on children. 9-year-old girls sitting in my chair, and I'm trying to be careful and not burn them. And the mother wants me to get closer to the damn scalp as I'm trying to straighten out the curls with a hot pressing comb. I wasn't ready for it. And twice, the end tine of the comb, I guess that's what they're called, the teeth, the last tooth touched her neck twice. The first time I got an ow, and sorry, and it shook me up. And the second time, the tears came. And I was pretty much done. The principal took over and finished it, and I think I ended up getting a different roller set or something later on, or I think I got a manicure. I think it was the only time I got a manicure that walked in and did a manicure instead. But I was not put on this earth to hurt children. Now I tried getting back on the horse. I went to school a few more times after that, but I was staying home. I was sleeping in. I was skipping school, and to the point where I took a leave, like a leave of absence, and so that I could take some time so that I wouldn't get kicked out. And then I started skipping again, and just to the point where, well, we're sorry, but we have to drop you. And I had made it to at least 800 hours, so I was past halfway. But between that and falling behind in the workbooks, and the fact that in order to help me out, the principal lady, like, well, we're gonna sign you off on this first book and get you started on the second one. That was great. I'm closer to graduation and all. But after burning that kid, I'm like, I need to do those. I need to learn that. I need to do them. I don't want to burn children. I mean, that's in my thought process, And it just, and when I went in to collect my stuff, and she's like, well, your hours won't expire for at least 7 years. And I'm like, well, I mean, and I was like, I'm too 50-50 about this right now. If I ever go back, I'm gonna start over. So, as it turns out, I went back 12 years later. Now, as far as state board's concerned, the hours would not have expired if I'd have just given them some money. You pay a little fee and they're reinstated. But what it is a lot of schools, you got to be like within about 5 years so that, they can consider that you've done those things the way that they'd have taught them with new techniques and whatnot. And anyway, my school would not have accepted 12 years of waiting. But I didn't want that anyway. I wanted to start over. I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to do it right. I'm not interested in getting through school to get the license. I wanted to learn so that when I was out on my own, even though I still don't know everything, I'm not already setting myself up for failure. Maybe somebody will actually hire me. Anyway, so that's my problem. I went to school twice. I went halfway and then I went the whole way. So 1,500 hours minimum. I have 2,300. Not counted by state board that way, but I've done them. As far as state board's concerned, I have 1,500 hours. Because that's what they count. Some states have more than that. And there's this thing called reciprocity, like reciprocal, where, welcome back, and welcome in. And so some states have like 2,200 hours, and it's like, well, you go there from Michigan, they may not just let you have a license, they may make you do some more training. Well, you are awesome. Yes, here, let's look. This is not exactly an order here. These are just thoughts that I don't want to forget. So, look through mods and CC for possible use. if I have to, I'll do like separate save files, etc. Because just whatever I got to do. But this is going to take place outside of Beauty Magazine, just so that I'm not adding mods to that playthrough, and I'll just have to remember to turn them off when I go back to doing Beauty Magazine. Yeah, and I plan to try to kind of look through the ones that I've already looked at and possibly downloaded. Um, but I want to go through this for the story. It's gonna be like she goes to school. You got your 350 hours where you go through each subject for about 2 weeks each before you're allowed to go out onto the floor. Um, and so it's like we're gonna do that. We're gonna have like an episode or two or a week worth or whatever I get into to like. She'll be doing manicures. She'll be doing pedicures. She'll be interacting with her classmates. There's story involved. There's does she get along with them students or not? And I've already got some plans for that. Um, the story will be like the main character is going to Cosmetology School and being taught from the curriculum. I say I misspelled it. No N on the end. Other than that, I had it right. Stinking Autumn. It's all Autumn's fault. Yes, this is a new story. I don't have the I don't have the names of the characters yet. I got an idea of two of them. I've got two of the students in mind. The main character and somebody else she knows. And the reason I've got two different characters is different families, different situations. As far as like Beth, her family was not exactly supportive. Another family might be. You know. You know. Um, I will use. Now I don't have the book yet, unless I were to go digging through the boxes and see what I can find. But it's on the way. It'll be here between the 13th and 16th. Then I can start reading from the textbook. But we're not necessarily in those episodes yet. Anyway, we still got to do some building. We got to do what happens before she starts school. I was hoping to just have an online one so I could just read along with it. Like the other day when I'm okay, here's an on base, off base, half off base curl. I will do that kind of stuff when needed. I will draw things as if I'm writing on a whiteboard or blackboard. So I will kind of pretend I'm the teacher. I'm gonna have to have a disclaimer. Disclaimer. I have a cosmetology license, but not an instructor's license. While I am excited to share cosmetology knowledge, I would encourage anyone who wants to try cosmetology to attend a school or find a salon to apprentice in. In other words, I'm not responsible for you messing up yours or anyone else's hair. You got it? This is not your TikTok how-to hack. And I appreciate y'all doing that. I might have already come across a few of those. But the fact that those are in the chat, as long as here, you know what? Here, let's see. Can I access this file on the other computer? Yes, I can. And through the magic of television, well, here, I'll just take a screenshot. Oh, that's not. No, the screenshot's not going to work. I need the text. Because, either that or I can save it as an image file. But, you know what? That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. That way y'all getting credit for it. mods from chat. And through the magic of television, OneDrive has provided. That way we can go back on that later to confirm whether I have that or not. Yeah, you're kind of almost sounding like Deborah right now. Debbie. Who? Yeah, Debbie. Debbie Hilliard. Who's that? She's the mama. Oh, okay. She's the mama, she's the grandma. Not in this story, but let's get back to the, because I can't see what's going on in chat right now. Yeah, I did see that. I was looking at that one where there was like two different things, and then you could do that part, and then you could do the other thing, or you could, I think you could like skip right to the salon part, or somebody had one of those. I guess that's okay for now. I probably thought of more, but let's get some actual action going here. Because I ain't been in The Sims in a few days, so we're gonna look through this. We're gonna look through the hairstyles real quick. I'm gonna make a mannequin guy or gal. Might even base some on the actual mannequins I had. Yeah, I don't think I've been in here since. I might have been in here for episode 500, but I didn't do a whole lot. Well, if it goes according to plan, it'll be a while. Because I mean, even if it was like one episode and it is like a week's worth or something, that's still gonna be quite a while. Yeah, whatever. I kind of like this thing with the getting to put the clothing underneath, but fix the stuff and then we'll worry about that. Yeah, that's nice. Whatever, I'm still... Again, that'll be... I don't have mods yet. We're not going to do any mods until after that. Oh, that's right, I came in here... I made the characters from the beauty store simulator. Yes, you are. You are here. So we got George. We got the we got Johnny on the spot. We got Jan, the janitor. We got Cassie Shear. Here's Anne Hathaway, the streamer. I forget what I named you. Well, let's take a look. We can go. We can look at hairstyles by going into your household anyway. Brought the pizza. Yeah, it's like I came home and I'm like, well, I already had breakfast today because I went to work for 4 hours, and I had Pop-Tart on my break like around 11. Well, 11:30. So I'm like, I don't need to eat again right away. So let's get the show on the road and get in this thing. Uh, Cassie Uscan, and then Oh, that's right. I named her Sally Beauty because she's the same as the ones at the beauty tables. But the ones at the cashiers that's Cassie Shear, Jan Janner, and Promote Way. Yeah, that's right. And Promote Way. Johnny Restocker, George Foreman. There's two of those. All right. So, actually, I wanna go on the other one. Now that I'm thinking of it, because I want to be able to see what we need a guy. Okay, we need guy mannequins. So if that's the case, we want to go to Manage Worlds. Yeah. Or main menu. We want to go to main menu. Are you saying it's buffering, or the pizza's getting buff? That's right. We had all that buffering on Thursday. Had to start another episode, which worked out because I had time for 2 episodes. But while I'm at it, I better just in case. I need to remember to save often. I've cleared up some. I cleared up. I think it. I mean, I'm hoping that it's an adapter issue or something with the battery. But I switched the settings on my computer so that it only is going to charge the battery to 80% instead of trying to overfill it. Because I think that's part of the problem, the overheating from leaving it plugged in all the time. Let's put it this way. I keep running the diagnostics and all that, and it's like telling me nothing's wrong with the damn computer. So it's like, no, nothing's wrong. Go get it fixed anyway.
Bobson is a torb.
Hinna prep. Oh, What no shoots day.
Alright, where's Ben? We need Ben.
Sebave de hobe.
Ah, Fanaya.
Well, you could be Ben, but I can't tell.
Oh, Wajini. Inapreb. Oh.
Yeah, that's Ben. Bennykin? Yeah, Bennykin. Actually, we're going to start off with... What the hell? That's the problem. He needs to just have long hair. Because that's how they all start out. Can we just have regular long hair? Like loose long hair, please? That's probably pretty close. I mean, it's either that or... I think that's got a side shave. At some point, he might look like that. Like practicing clippers on him. I think the other one's probably better. That's probably too long.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things I'll be doing too, is, you know, if they don't have what I want in the game, I'll be looking for more. Well, the point we're starting off with him. I mean, if anything, he'd have a ponytail, as if he's just come out of the plastic wrapper with his hair behind him in a rubber band. But it would still need to be a longer ponytail. Alright, here, let's, that's pretty much gonna be accurate. I just wish it was a little bit... It's either that or the... No, he's got bangs cut. We don't want bangs. Because they don't come like one, you know, they come and they've got like different layers and crap already, so it's a pain in the ass. Like sometimes it takes several like trimming on them before you get to the upper layers.
Uh-huh.
You know, which is really fun when you're trying to do perms and crap on these mannequins. You know, and you haven't done any cutting on them yet, and you're not, you know, in my first school, we had one mannequin in our kit. My second school, we got 5. Big difference. So you could cut on 1 or 2 of them and leave another long. we had one specifically staying long for doing the curls and the updos and the whatnot. And they gave us they called it a textured mannequin, but that's for doing the the African American hair or really curly hair, because it's not just African Americans that have that really curly hair. But they called it textured. Whether that's right or not, because I'm gonna say it like this: a few years back, I'm on on Facebook. I was in a group of hairstylists, and this was like Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. Got somebody made a comment or whatever calling something afro hair or ethnic hair or textured hair or whatever, and the whole thread just blew up with people. It's not called this, it's not called that, and one of the moderators had to, on the holiday, go live to have the big long discussion about that thing, so everybody could air their grievances and their points of view. And I mean, I wasn't really watching the whole thing, but everybody's got their point of view and opinion on that. And I, being somebody who does not have that hair, is not necessarily entitled to my opinion.
Uh-huh.
I learned that, at the first school. Not in a mean way, but there is a lot of when it comes to people with, well, hair is like I had my feelings about how I was treated with my hair, but people who have the tight, I don't want to call it kinky, but the tight curl hair, they don't like it being called kinky either. But this looks like new. No, it isn't. It just looked new. Maybe it just looked different because it was dark hair. Well, you ain't wearing that. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. You're not gonna wear that though, because we need to get you wearing. You need to be wearing something that looks like you're wearing a cape, or something, because.
Ooh.
I was trying to look for something that looked like they were wearing a cape, but nobody's really got that yet. That's why Dana's wearing a robe. It's like, okay, well, at least we could put the robe on and it would look appropriate. This is actually pretty close. No, that's a coat looking thing. That almost looks right.
Hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Yeah, I got to find something that look. I mean, it may look silly, but we got to fit the theme here, because even on the mannequin, you got to show that you're protecting the mannequin. You get practical points for that, for your sanitation and client protection. You ain't doing that, you ain't getting the points for it. Yeah, there could be something. I mean, I have like looked through these things before, but maybe there's something new. It's like give me this, but without the head. Can I get rid of the head?
Hmm.
Well, that'd be nice for the stylist. That's close. Wish it was shorter, but
Ooh.
that's perfect if it wasn't covering his face. Bunny outfit? No. And only white.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad though. I mean, if it didn't have the belt, freaking Princess Leia, it's all her fault. Just got to have all her gizmos. We're not doing we're not doing the chipmunk, Chippendale, whatever. All right. Well, here let's
Ooh.
we'll try both versions. No, no.
Mm-hmm.
Creeps. That's not bad. Yeah, let's do that.
Hmm.
Let's just use that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. It's as close as we can get without being a dress. It's gender neutral. Yeah. All right. So this is going to be Ben. Now, in school, there's a difference between a mannequin head and a mannequin full body. At least as far as the spelling goes. Or at least that's what we were taught. But okay, so mannequin is for learning. Okay, Well, we could have one family called one version and another family called the other version, so we got more people to We're gonna have clones. This is the cloning type family. We're gonna, you know, but it just so happens that the mannequin, they all have names on them when you get them. So, because that's what you're buying. You're buying the Ben mannequin. You're buying the Mary kin. You're buying the Barbara kin. You know, the Susie kin. Uh, you just want to be nothing. You're lazy. Yes, practice makes you perfect.
Yaza.
That's totally, you're where are you? Lazy.
No.
Yeah, you keep to yourself, don't you? Uh, yeah, he's non-committal, I guess. He's disruptive? No. He's made out of material? Yeah. Chased by death. Let's just make... Yeah, he can be a vegetarian.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter because you're not going to be doing this stuff. You're academic. All right. All right. So we got Ben. All right. Now. Add a new sim.
Holy nine, Mocosa.
Ma'am, state board's not going to allow that. Naomi. Naomi was the one I had with, quote, textured hair. Oh yeah, Naomi kin. Yeah, well, that's the difference. One will be a kin if it's got the letter, and one. It's funny. We're making the characters that are not actually characters first. Hey, we got haircutting sections. perm sections. It's not, I mean, it's not exactly the standard. I mean, basically you would have both of these would be one section for perm, and then you'd have a perm going down this way, and then you'd have the the mohawk going back all the way. But that's what it is, though. We've got that. Well, we should definitely just keep that. Her hair is gonna be dark. Not that we're trying to stereotype or anything, but it's a fact that that mannequin had dark hair. It's just not. So we're going by what my mannequin had, not by some stereotypical hogwash. This will be kind of like when I was doing World Without You, and I was doing classes that I had before, and putting my own spins on them. But no, that's close, but it needs to be unstyled. Her hair's allowed to be long, also. I don't remember. Okay, so that's what I had. We had Naomi. We had Reese with the long hair for doing updos and stuff. We had Ben. And then we had two Penelopes, the Penny twins. Now, depending on what time, what class you started, like a few months later, they might have had Susie's or Barbara's, or sometimes somebody would have a Deborah from the other company. But, her hair's reaching down here at least. Yeah, I could go with that if I don't find another one. Now, when we got the mannequin, the hair was curlier than when we finished with it, because we did put some sort of relaxer product on it to learn relaxers. I think we did the quote curl reform. At least I think we did. I think we did that. I was one of the few that actually did one of those out on the floor twice on somebody. Or at least I had the same person twice after doing the thing the first time. But that's he quote Jerry curl, where you put a relaxer type solution on them to straighten the hair. Then you wrap the perm on bigger perm rods than the curls they had, and then you perm it to make, you know, instead of curly, it's more wavy curly, like this lady has. And that's basically what a Jerry curl would be. We can do both versions. Here, let's go undo. No, I want. Okay, well, we know that this is way down here, right? Yeah. So it's quicker to find it that way. Costume.
Ooh.
I think we'll put the dark one on her.
Ah.
I don't think that matters as much.
Hmm.
Are we able to see that in the first one? No. Alright, that's Naomi. Let's just... because I don't want to be here all day.
Zomboom Inabosh. Lexa. Bornative. Algares Vinkira. Febine Lovo. Ulak Barbahoy. Quimbo Reginu.
No, we don't want the bloodshot eyes unless that's makeup. Okay. It's like, your freaking eyes are bleeding.
Ooh.
Here.
Huh?
No, I'm not trying to touch her boobs, damn it. No, no. we were going for a little bit something different. I probably would have stopped a couple back, the other light-skinned lady
Ooh.
for the other one. Maybe. Costume. Alright, I don't know what else. Well, the sectioning. That's good enough for now. For her. And as long as we keep redoing this, we don't have to keep redoing it. Technically, I could add some lip color. But then again, we could worry about adding that when we practice. One of the things that really sucked was I couldn't practice makeup on these damn things. The makeup wouldn't show up when you put it on these things. That actually led me to doing one of my early house calls, because they had a free cycle. I had just found out about that site, and they had like on Facebook. And I went on the local one, and I'm like, hey, does anybody have like any old makeup that they're not using, so I could try to practice on these mannequins without having to. And the lady offered a porch pickup, and I was trying to break out of the whole shy thing, and I got to thinking, okay, we've got New Year's coming up. I got an off day. How about we practice asking the questions like, hey, do you have a hairstylist and whatnot, and blah, blah, blah. The next thing I know, I'm offering her a New Year's makeover if she lets me come over and do it. So not only did I go over there and do her hair, she also was a few weeks, months later, she was my hair cutting model for my test. Her husband and brother-in-law came in and were guests out on the floor. Or is it her brother or somebody's brother-in-law? The brother was like into the Duke Boys. He actually had his pickup truck was like the General Lee, and he's like, he knows all the people from the show. Did I already? No, I don't think I saved her yet. But it's Reese, like Reese's. But anyway, not only that, but she was my client. She lives over here by me. And the salon is, well, from this house, it's 20 miles west of here. And she would drive the 20 miles to come out there. And that was the whole 9-10 years that I was out there. She would drive out there, and she was my client. But it all came from me taking a chance and asking a question, do you have a hairdresser? And she just said, like, oh, no, I just go to one of the chain places, not anybody in particular. So not only got, but the funny thing is I got the little baggie of makeup without just picking it up from her porch. I actually went in the house, and but turned out the makeup didn't work on the mannequin. So, I at least got something out of the deal. But that's the difference between me then and before then, is I needed to break out of the hole, and I need to do it still. Stop telling myself I can't. Facebook is what got me through school, because what I had found out was when you take them tests, you have to have a model. I don't got no family that want to be models. I had to get strangers. That's how I ended up meeting Brienne. She was on Facebook. Well, oddly enough, she's friends with the girl that I gave my Sims 2 discs to. And I think that was one of my other house calls, because they lived back down where I used to live, down by 8 Mile. I mean, they live by 9 Mile. But I went down there and I gave them all a house call, so they wouldn't have to drive out to the school. And then later on, the mom came to the school to get some stuff done, and they, I've house called them, and then they've also drove out to the salon, and they came out when I had the suite 2 years ago. So they even that far into my journey, I took those chances and kept some people. They supported me. So, but Brienne was a friend of, well, Brienne's fiance was a friend of the one girl's. But Brienne ended up being my model for hair coloring. But because I needed a model and she didn't have a car, I drove all the way down there and got her and picked her up and brought her to the school. Because I told the teacher the day before, look, I might be a few minutes, I might not get here until right before the test, but I got to go get my model. Now, I had pretty much my attendance was like 95%. And it would have been better if it weren't for, a couple of lates here and there, driving Ashley back and forth to get her to school. My friend from school. Because I'd made a friend. And then I made sure she was going until she couldn't quite go anymore, but... What the hell? It's probably my soup can holders that I folded up and put on the top of that shelf over there. One of them probably slid. So I got like 8 of those things, and I folded them all up because I don't have room to hold. Anyway, so that's Yeah. All my tests that I needed a model for, I had a model. I wasn't playing around anymore. I managed to get models. You know, I found a way.
Ah. Mitzel Benarla. Edagomp Schlo.
Yeah, you're a little too bright.
Niba Hava. Ufra. Brashu Manuba. Garashi. Yabanzi. Ambuya
You don't
Askana.
say.
How do you? Yorbabe. Venusa Canad.
Now, I don't have to have the penny twins since I can just make
Upliva.
as many of them as I want.
Planet. Lathoro.
But you know what?
Yabanzi score. Logor.
Let me see. First of all, ma'am, we're not going to see that, but you're going to come in handy for a waxing class. Yeah. Nah, we pretty much got to give you what the other guys got. I mean, we could just do that for now. That's pretty much how you start out. Okay, technically it's Penelope, but you know, the Penelope twins.
Oh.
No accessories. You got no accessories. Before or after the fact, you ain't got none. Have some black shoes. The black shoes of the family. Um, the hell? Can we get a wider mouth? That's better. I went with the copper theme and kept more of a, I don't know, I guess it's a bit of a bronze-ish tone. At least that's what I'm seeing with my crappy eyes. Alright, so with this... It makes sense to do that one too. Unfortunately, they don't have one in 4 sections. least I don't think they do. Well, that has a purpose. Let's leave that just in case, because that, you know, that'd be good for a scene. I am curious though. Let's do it on this one since I know where to find that. Now, do we have a finger wave style? That's close. Could have sworn we had one though. An actual finger wave is where it goes this way and then back that way and then back that way. Like waves. So you can learn your C shapings. You gotta learn your C shapings. It's part of the fundamentals. They don't teach you your C shapings on TikTok and all that. You gotta go to school for that. They don't really pay attention to a whole lot of that these days because, you know, it's not necessarily important to the modern people, but you gotta learn those things for the foundation of your hairstyles. You gotta understand that stuff. That's the beginning of one, but not the whole thing. Yeah, so I thought they had one, but anyway, let's I probably did see something, but we'll go with this for now. We can worry about that later when they're actually practicing a finger wave and pin curls and things. And if we can't find one to put on the actual mannequins or whatever, I can at least, you know, go look at images online or something. Or look for somebody that's made the hairstyle. CC. Okay. Uh, Alright. I should probably warm my coffee up. So we're gonna borrow the Be Right Back. And I still haven't put my... I took my socks off, but didn't put my other socks back on yet. Because I was like, oh, I'll get the thing started. And then put them on as I'm talking. And here it is, what, an hour later? Almost 2 hours later. Jeez, time's flying. Time is flying. And get this hoodie on before I'm starting to freeze. I didn't put my hoodie on yet. But hey, we got something going at least. You know, I think I'm okay with that, with using the them gowns. It serves a purpose, especially from behind. It'll look like they're wearing a cape. So, be right back. Okay. So before I go any further, I did kind of save a few things yesterday. I had to be, because they're on my Facebook, and Facebook uses my real name and all that. I tend to try not to go on there when we're on this thing, but here I am accidentally doing that. Yes. Here is the display case with the ones I did up here. Reception desk. Now, with going here, everybody had at least 2 weeks of being behind the desk, answering a phone, taking appointments, using an actual computer, learning, taking payments, credit cards, everything. Oh, of course, here's the sign for free nail polish. To get around the whole needing to use disposable applicators and brushes, it's real simple. If you come and get a pedicure or manicure or both, if you, whatever bottle we open to use on you goes home with you. It's a fresh bottle, never been opened. It got used on you. It's yours. And of course, the bottle of hand sanitizer. And business cards. We had business cards. We had little fold-up menus, kind of like, the baseball schedule thing. Only it's a menu. I had a bunch of those and stapled my business cards to them. We had door hangers. Some people say they went across the street to the mall and would hang them on car doors, or windshields or whatever. I'm like, I was not gonna do that. I don't like when people touch my car. I'm not touching other people's cars. And I wasn't going to necessarily hang them on mailboxes and door handles either. So, that's not quite the thing I want to do. But when I went to them vendor shows and stuff, I traded my cards with them. And I made a few friends doing that. And, thinking back to when I was about to go back to school, I didn't know where I was going to go. I had pretty much 3 close by options. This place was new to me. It wasn't around in 2000. This is at the time, this was a chain of 79 locations across the country. They acted like a chain where there was a corporate thing. We used actual products. I'll show you that in a minute if I've got that picture too. But and then you would also, when I show the other picture, okay, here we go. We had actual Wella and Sebastian, and the nail polishes for sale. And this was a retail area. When you got done with a client, you were supposed to bring them out here, and at the very least, show them the retail area, tell them what you used. I was not a product pusher, so I would leave it at that. Like, and then you pay. Sometimes the people bought some stuff, sometimes they didn't. But for the most part, a lot of people who are going to a beauty school, they're not necessarily going to pay $15 or more for a bottle of something. So, it's not to say that everybody's poor going to a beauty school, but that was one of the things that, in order to do like to graduate, or not graduate, but like when I got my star, if I wanted the more acclaim to it or whatever, I had to not only have X amount of services done and people coming in, but I had to also push the products. I wasn't going to push the products. Just wasn't. I've never been a product pusher. I would rather have you try something and tell me how you liked it, so then I can recommend it to people. But I'm not going to push them. But when I got into the salon, I kept using these red bottles for sure, the Wella Brilliance, and I kept using them for several years, and 9 out of 10 would tell me that smells good, and after a while I'm like, okay, the 10th one's just not telling me. Then finally they changed it. Because they're all going to change the stuff. They can't resist. And they changed it to lime and caviar. And my thoughts were, dish soap? Dirty dish soap. Like that you leave overnight. You know, because like lemon dish soap or lime dish soap, but adding in and I didn't even, I tried like just a little sample bottle of it, and I was like, no, I'm done. I'm gonna go to the next thing that is like lower cost for me to afford, that I can try to get people to buy. I ended up going with Matrix Color Last, because it had a nice, some sort of fruity floral scent. But, oh, not only that, but I was buying it in gallon jugs for like $20 each, so that I could, what I had done, I had bought these in like the gift sets or whatever, and I would have my clients, okay, buy this, buy one of each from me, and then I will I will, when you come back for more, I will refill these bottles from my gallon jug. Well, that turned into, okay, it takes too long to, because one of these is not a bottle, one's a tube type thing. Okay, I went to like Family Dollar or the dollar store and I got yeah, it's I believe it's the Biolage Color Last. The pinkish one. I mean, it just says I don't mean pink color, but the bottle is pinkish, flowery looking, because it's for color treated. But I just got like little them plastic bottles with the top like you'd have on like a sports bottle where you flip it up, or a dish soap bottle, that type, where the thing pops up and down. And it had a wide mouth on the bottle, so I took that back there. I would squeeze my jug real, because a lot of times I'm in the middle of doing somebody's hair when one of these other clients would come in, or they're on the timer, and I go in the back to the sink to fill their bottle of shampoo, and it's like I don't have time to be pumping, or waiting for the funnel. So I would just like this big wide mouth plastic bottle, take my gallon jug under my arm and squeeze it, and take me like 2 minutes, like 30 seconds to fill that like whatever ounce bottle that was. But it was like the same ounces in there as these would hold, or more. And I just, hey, if you bought it from me once, I will refill it for you, and because at least then I know they're using it, and they could tell, and we could see, is it better for color treated hair or not? I mean, I wasn't gonna talk anybody out of using drugstore stuff, but if there's a way to let you try it for at least for the price I'm paying, so that I can at least break even. But that's why I would wait for these to be in like the gift set for like Christmas, so that I could get them cheaper. Because I didn't, until I went back to the grocery store, I didn't have money for things. I wasn't making money. And we had a nice coffee bar here. And the nice thing was, even when I was in a classroom, I could come out here and get some. Yeah, I remember the first time I went to make coffee in that thing and didn't know how to operate it, and, a mop was involved, and towels. Towels or mops. But this was my view when I came to this place, because I told everybody on Facebook, look, I know me. Whatever place I go to, whether it's here or Paul Mitchell, or if I'd have gone to Michigan College of Beauty first, after not being in a school for 12 years and knowing I'm going back, I'd already quit my job. Or at least I think I had. Anyway. Well, yeah. Well, no, this is good next year. Never mind. But yeah. I knew whichever one I went to first, that's the one I was going to. It's just how it was going to be, because they were all going to be 100% 200% better than Virginia Farrell. And walking in here, sitting down, just sitting here waiting for my appointment with the campus manager to go over, like I might be signing up for my tour, for the tour. And I'm looking at these professional products. Virginia Farrell, we had basically a gallon jug of like generic beauty store shampoo. And we had a bunch of empty Suave type bottles. And we would put about maybe a quarter of a Suave bottle. And then fill the rest with water. So we had runny water shampoo. We didn't have actual towels. We had the big rolls of like, you'd put those in a paper towel, in a bathroom towel dispenser. Yeah, that was your towel for washing people's hair. The chairs were like, I don't know, some sort of 1930s or 40s type chairs. They didn't have foot pedals. You wanted that chair to go up or down, it was a gigantic screw. You turned the chair over and over and over again, whichever direction you needed it to go. I'm taller than most of the ladies going to school. I needed to make it taller and shorter. You could tell that one of them chairs wasn't... I'd have to go out to my car and get the WD-40 out of my car. And then that room was like big. And it would echo. Screech! As I'm turning them chairs. When I got to this school, and they had one of the up and down chairs in the classroom for the shampoo bowl, it's one of the things I'm like, Miss Jerry, how do these chairs work? To show me that you step on the pedal, you keep stepping on it to make it go up, and then to make it go down, if it doesn't have a lever for it, you step on the pedal all the way, and the chair goes down. The hydraulic chairs. And then, if you don't want the chair to turn, you lift up on the pedal to lock it in place. That could even be a lesson for the classroom. How to use the chairs. But sitting here, and I'm hearing... We had Sirius XM, and they always had the blend station on. So you got a lot of the 90s and 2000s and 80s music being played, and I'm listening to it over here because on the other side of this is where all the chairs are for the customers. Down the hall is the classrooms. But I'm like, just listening to this and looking at this place, that even if it was sitting here for 10 years, this looked brand new. It's clean. It's brand new. There's students at the desk. I'm going to learn something. They're using real towels. They have washing machines. I didn't mind that I had to spend 2 weeks folding those things and washing them. And I was proud that when I became a stylist that I had my own towels and had to deal with that washing them, and because they were real. They were mine, they were real. And then later on, I bought the purple towels. I still have the purple ones. Just, this is what's on the other side of the wall. We had this. The wall is over here. So we had this row of styling stations, and then another row over here on this other wall. On the other side of this wall is Sally Beauty at that time. So if you needed to go to the store to get something, it's right there. Tools or whatever, like get a couple extra mixing bowls or something. I mean, look at this. Actual, nice, sturdy, up and down chairs. Stations to, put your tools in. It's modern. Yeah, okay, so there's a chunk missing out of this one, I think, but still. It's, compared to what I was at, this is the place. Okay, so we didn't stand behind the shampoo bowls, but that's another thing. The shampoo bowls were not as low, and these chairs also go up and down. Don't have to use copies of the big, thick yellow pages under the butts of the short seniors to get their necks in the bowls, and I don't have to lean down, killing my back. That was one of the other things at that school, at Virginia Farrell. I'm trying to shampoo people's hair, and I'm like, I am straining my back and my lungs, and I'm like, How am I going to have this career when this is killing me? If it's like this everywhere, I'm in trouble. But thankfully, we didn't have that issue elsewhere, here or at the salon I was at. At least not like there, but. And then this is the view going back the other way, where I was standing in the this is the back bar area. There's a counter here. In order to get in here, you either hop over the counter, that some people would do, or you have to go through the door over there, and a student would be in here, and you'd go up after doing your consultation and with the teacher involved to make sure you're picking out the right stuff and whatever. You would go up here, and you'd get a souffle cup, a little tiny, like a ketchup cup from from restaurants. And depending on how much you would need, you'd get one or two of them of each different thing. Now, you could always come back and get more if needed, but it's one way to cut down on the waste. There's also computer thing, barcodes on stuff, inventory. If you use something up, it gets scanned out, and the order puts it on the order. And then, like, once a month or whatever, the stuff comes in. It just, now, we had, like, big bottles of generic stuff here for, like, working on your mannequin or whatever, but using the good stuff here that's also on the retail shelf. It's a shame that the school's all closed down because I can't go back. I can't go visit them. I can't you know. About a year and a half after I graduated, the entire chain just up and closed. Leaving all the students in limbo. Some were about to graduate, some were in between, some had taken in orientations and signed up. You know, everybody was getting screwed in a different way by that. 79 locations. That's, figure, at least 4 teachers or employees per location. That's what, 400 employees laid off. They were on Facebook one day. I was scrolling, and effective immediate. It was after they had all gone home. No clue, no nothing. Didn't tell the teachers, so the teachers couldn't tell the students. But around 5 o'clock, I'm scrolling Facebook, and there's this message from Regency. Effective immediately, all campuses are closed. You can go back Thursday or Friday to get your stuff. But thankfully, I went back right after I did my state board to at least say how that went. So this is our hairdryer area. Hair dryers, pedicure chairs, actual pedicure chairs. We used plastic disposable liners. I think I call them footsie liners, but you put those in. These were the tubs, but you put a liner in it, so you don't have, even though we could bleach them and all that, you didn't have to worry about it because you're putting your feet in a brand new plastic liner. So you're not touching somebody else's scuds. Whether it's been cleaned or, everything was clean, but still, you don't have to worry about it, that we're not cleaning it. And then this cabinet here had a bunch of the portable foot baths for the classroom. The plug-in ones. That was fun when it'd be somebody's job to soak those. So, I think it was like once a week or something, they'd be taken all out, and we'd be putting them inside here in the facial room, so they could soak for, however long it takes. This is the kitchen area where I set up that kitchen scene with the lady wearing the red thing and all that. And here's our one of the facial beds. There was like 3 of them in here. And for warming the towels, they'd be wet down, and then we had crock pots. Well, I'm going to be building a lot of stuff. Whether it's a salon or, for sure I'm building the school. There's got to be a school. So, we're, unlike the previous story where I knew what I was building right away, like this I've got to build houses, I've got to build stuff. So we're going to be getting into it. I'm going to have to come up with stuff. What I might do is rebuild the schools I've already went to and then come up with something different. Okay, so that's all that. Oh, and then our break room. With vending machines and bar stool things. And every day it was, there'd be like some of us, we had to come in here and clean this and sweep and clean and all that. And then another group would be taking out garbage, and another group would be cleaning areas of the classroom and other areas of the classroom, and somebody would be sweeping the hallway. And if you didn't like that and gave Miss E a hard time about it, she'd be like, "It's your turn to do it. Happy birthday, though." Yeah, it's as simple as that. Happy birthday, though. We probably had the microwave sitting here. Yeah, I just, you know. I'm kind of mad at the grocery store, though, because they recently did our remodel, and they redid the break room. We have some chairs and tables, but they also put bars along the wall like this with metal bar stools without any cushion. Like, I ain't sitting on that crap. Not at work. You'll come in here on break after I've been in the classroom ain't hurting nothing. And even coming off the floor, it's okay, they're not too bad, but I ain't sitting on no damn metal chair. A bar stool, my legs not even touching the damn floor. Like, I need my legs to rest, not hurt more. I wish I'd have saved a copy of the thumbnail I was making, because I had a bunch of things like, originally, I had this on the bottom. I had 2 mannequins with, like, rollers here. 2 with perm rods over here. I had that textbook page thing sitting here with that other mannequin sitting next to it. I was, like, filling in this whole row of different mannequin pictures and stuff. And then I had one that was like this with my curls that I had done with a curling iron. And then over here I had the one where I had done the highlights. And then I had the book sitting like right here sticking up. But then I was like, okay, well, I can't fit a picture in really. So I ended up doing that. Let me check something here. See if they ever came back. Geez, over 50 years. Lack of cash, declining enrollment, stricter financial regulations. Yep. So I guess it did not come back. Gee, that's the one I went to. Detroit Lakeside. Let me see if I can, will you quit bothering me? I don't want that right now. But I don't want to block it either. Looking to see if maybe there's some other pictures of the one that I went to. Nope, those don't look like mine. Because that's got the hallway on the wrong side. But again, as you can see, like, they all kind of look the same. You know, it's a chain. It's a, you know. Now, oddly enough, after I left, they were in the process of changing from the color scheme that they've got here to purple. They were doing purple and white. Yeah, I changed it to this. Anyway, what are we gonna do? Well, I'm not ready to make somebody. Make a teacher? Well, we got to make somebody temporary. Okay, we got her saved. Did I save them all? Are you telling me I don't have them, even though I was saving them? It's a good thing I'm still in there. What the hell? You got this backwards anyway. They changed it. They've got it. It's backwards. That's why. They're all down here now. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Take care, Tater. Uh. There we go. That I must have had it for looking at somebody else's stuff. All right, you need to go. We only need one. Okay, so Ben, Naomi, Reese, Penelope. That's 4. Technically, you're twice. At some point, I'll add in a Deborah. Deborah's one that I ended up... I bought some other ones later. I don't have to add them, but I could add in more later. But, alright. So, yeah. There's that. Tester? Who do we want to use? Who do we want to use? I don't know. Crumple Bottom? No. Aurora. Yeah, Aurora. Oh, that's right. That was for fixing the shoes. Then I realized later it was like well, those are, you have to like apparently like unlock those in the style career or something, but I might have still screwed them up. Speaking of which, I'm gonna be right back too. I put food in the microwave on the last thing, so I'm gonna go get my snack. Well, technically my dinner, but a snacky wacky. So, I was just thinking about something because, you know, obvious reasons it reminded me. But the bathrooms at Regency, the light switches were motion activated. So there was a few times when I would be in there a little while and the lights would go off on me. And I'm in the men's room, so being what it is, you know, unless you got male customers coming in, there was only like one. There were only 2 other male students. So yeah, there's a couple of times when I'm sitting down and the light goes off and I had to get up and like try to use the door to wave at the thing or actually like wave my hand somehow out the door at the thing and get it to come on. Because otherwise I was sitting in the dark. You and me just sitting in the dark. Or, you know. Okay, so we do have those. Alright, let's just do this. It's probably best not to oh, hell, let's just make it spring. Actually, no. No, we're going to do this. Well, yeah, it's spring. We're starting out in spring because we're actually starting. We're starting with some high school seniors, or at least that's the story. I might use adults as teenagers, but we're starting there. So, it's getting near graduation or something, and I'm going to get more use out of these cap and gowns and you know. All right, let's just put you. Oh, I forgot about the. Yeah. Apply to all the outfits. I don't know exactly what I'm calling this yet. You know, cosmetology journey or, you know, something. I think it would help if I knew the character's name. And then as we go along and get more things in added, I can always add them as part of the anyway. Locations. I think my best bet would be to put the houses in Newcrest. Unless I can put them here. I could put the one student's house here and the other student's house here. It's kind of backwards from the way I have envisioned it. Or, well, that's kind of small. Or these two. No. No, that ain't it. Not sure yet. Probably at least a 40-30 just so I can, you know, because I'll probably want to add some parking. Now, the first time around, okay. Let me try, until recently, this was a Kmart. It's been knocked down and turned into a big Kroger. Last year when I had to go to the meeting, I had to come all the way down here to this one. But I used to live down here. If you see one of these heart, okay, the heart that's closest to my pin here, I grew up there. That's near 8 Mile. The one up there, that's my dad's house. My grandparents were over here on each side of that road. But so I at once or twice rode my bike all the way over to this Kmart. It's about 4 miles. But Virginia Farrell was this building right here. Because this is Little Mac turning here, and I'd turn into this parking lot. But it's no longer a beauty school, so. But yeah, this was all one building, but it had like doors. This door was here. It had like these extra doors and stuff. But we were using the whole building. And I'd go out there and sit in my car in the back there, eat my peanut butter and jelly when the weather was nice, listen to my radio. And around then, back then, that Drops of Jupiter train song was playing all the time, brand new. Then for years I hated that song because it reminded me of my failure. And it wasn't so bad after I went back. And didn't fail. So I could make one that's about this size. Back here was like the storage area that like barely anybody ever went in there. And there was a bathroom back here. The customer bathroom was over here. This one had heat. This one didn't. This was fun in the winter. There was another cosmetology school after that. It's like Genesis or something like that. And I guess it's for a while it was Optical Place. Now, this is after I had... Okay, so whatever school was in there failed. Okay, that's still there. I can't read it. So if I build one that big, you know, it's got to be kind of big. And especially if I want to include the parking lot. This here is Lakeside Mall. Soon to be torn down. They put the open air mall over here, Partridge Creek. This little thing right here. And there's Sally. They've redone the shopping center. Now Sally is over here. There's an Ulta. There's Old Navy. So what I would do is I had all them cards. And for lunch, I'd go one direction or the other. Or on break, I'd go one direction or the other. And I would try to time it so that if somebody's walking in one of these places, and I'm wearing my apron and stuff, it says Regency, like, you know, I'd open the door for them, and then I'd ask if they'd like a card. Some said yes, some didn't, but, you know, it was practice. But this is how it looked when I went to school. This is not how it looked when I went to school. Okay, this must have been when they were just starting to, because that was like they're redoing Ulta. If I walked this way, I could walk down to the food places. This, when I was a kid, was Children's Palace Toy Store. It became a Gander Mountain and whatever Gander Mountain was before that. And there was Bagger Dave's Hamburgers. And then Boston Market. And Subway was over here. Yeah, one of these two was Subway, probably this one. I had walked all the way down here, got a sub one day, and handed my card to the worker. And then the next time I came in here, she said, "Just the man I want to see. You're going to give me bangs." Unfortunately, her shift was not ending early enough for her to come to the school, because we closed at 4:30, which meant we were, you know, so she would have had to come in, you know, book me at a different time. But that almost became my first successful card to book something. But it was my way of, like, getting exercise, walking a mile, walking the strip, and, you know, I'd post to Facebook, "Oh, gonna take my walk now." Kirkland's might have been there. I just didn't know what the hell it was at the time, so I didn't go in there. That was TJ Maxx. That was Michael's. Yeah, they moved Sally over here. that was a manicure pedicure place. This is one where they offer they had like lockers and stuff to where if you went there, they would save your tools and stuff in a locker so that if you come back, they're using your stuff on you or whatever. This was opened up. Got a There was a pathway to go back here to this parking area, and a lot of times on break, people would be out here doing their smoking and whatnot. And then we had the door in back, but they didn't want us going out that door. And sometimes, since Miss E had the lanyard with a key thingy to swipe and get back in there, she would be on the other side of that door waiting for him to come out that door and be like, you go back the other way. Happy birthday, though. So when I would come here, I would drive the alley to get to this parking area and dodge all the drains and potholes and whatnot. I'd be like dancing my car down the alley. So this one was not quite as big as the other one, or at least laid out differently so you didn't have the echo chamber. I have a few pictures where I'm standing like this, you know, looking out at the world, like, where will I be when I finish here, and where am I? I'm here right now. Well, thankfully they went back this far, because that's before I went there. Yeah, that's before I went there. That's before the massage place opened up here that I helped Ashley get a job at. I didn't help her get it, but I told her that they were hiring for, like, receptionist. You know, she did get a job there, at least for a little while. Nostalgia. Yes, nostalgia. So, oh, I gotta hold the wheel. I gotta hold the wheel down the turn. I might go to Oasis instead. I'm trying to get two houses next to each other, kind of like my grape jelly thing. Except the houses are not going to be the same this time. You know, one's going to be like a nicer house than the other one type thing, and I'm pretty sure this is... Yeah, the only issue with Brindleton Bay is that it's... I like the idea of the... I might just go ahead with Del Sol again. I love that side street in Del Sol Valley. You know? It's just... I wish we could have more of that. Because it's got... As a matter of fact, what am I waiting for? That's where I'm going. I forgot that's the place. You know, this is the place. We need more of this. I mean, either this or Sequoia. The frog neighborhood. You know, it just... This makes a little more sense as far as, you know, rich, poor, type, you know, because, like, being that it's like L.A., you've got the bigger houses and the smaller houses, and some people have money and some don't, and... Sequoia's got a little bit more of a... They're all bigger houses. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Yep. We need more of this, though. We need more with, you know, I want the option to place the driveway. Give us those driveway things from Sims 2 back. I really don't want... You can't... And like Brindleton Bay and stuff. You're not next to the road. You're not by a sidewalk. You're not... Like, come on. Evergreen's got that one nice house, but you don't get a lot next to it. But I need... next to each other, because that's part of the story. And it just so happens that we got the driveway right here for this one. And technically that one there. Yeah. Yeah, I like this. I mean, I could even split this into more than one lot. You know, and just say, like, this is the one person's house, and this is the other person's house. Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea. Little pink house next to the freeway. Thinks he's got it so good. Well, that's the thing about The Sims. Burglar shows up anywhere. Some have a nicer burglar that'll give you stuff instead, but... I wish there was a way to, when you place down a lot and move the house, to add another lot to like the empty space without having to make rooms out of everything. Like if I wanted to put this over here, but grab one of the Willow Creek houses and put it here. You know, it's like there's no way I can do that without deleting what's already here. That I can think of. I mean, I could copy a house, I believe, but I can't add a different house without turning the whole house into a bunch of rooms and putting it back together room by room. Roomba? Roomba? Yeah, Roomba. We need a house that's got... What does... do any of these houses in this area... Do we have the house from Evergreen? I don't know if I'm going to use theirs or not, but just at least to get an idea of what I want to do. You keep using that kind of house. Don't do that again. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I need a house with an upstairs. And both of them need to have an upstairs. What the hell is this? Okay, that's way too tiny and way too starter. Way too starter? Yeah, way too starter. Huh. Interesting. An interesting little house there. Oh, it's a cafe. Wow. Interesting. Hey, you know, you just never know. Ooh, your tattoos. Let me see your tattoos. If anybody's watching this, whether it's now or in the future, you see the name up here, you want any of this stuff, you know where to go. So, she's got an empty lot. Oh, Reno. Okay. This is the one that's already there, but it's renovated. Is that what that means? Well, that's an option. Considering that's kind of a theme in that neighborhood. Where's my well, it's not my apartment building. Well, you have yours, the one that you did make. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Well, we could do something like that. We could plop that down. I mean, that'd be one possibility. wants me to type the whole thing out. You got lots. You got lots of lots. An ocelot? Yeah, that too. An ocelot, a lot of lots. Yeah, it is it's fun to do. Okay, I want this is a 50/40. All right, that's too big. What color did she wear? She wore blue velvet. Oh. Gee, I wonder where you put this at. Close. Yeah, hopefully they fix that stuff. Okay, that's like Willow Creek or Newcrest area. I think this is Park Shore area. Because I remember when I made Park Shore Station, it was in this area. But my original version of Park Shore Station was overgrown because Tessa Bloom was going to go live there when her car broke down in the abandoned town of Park Shore. She was going to get stuck there without any like gas stations around or whatever. Her car was broke down or whatever the case may be. And she was going to be living at the abandoned gas station with the train station next to it that was also abandoned. Then I cleaned up the train station to use for World Without You. Yeah. Now, I believe this is the Park Shore neighborhood of Willow, or it's Newcrest, wherever Park Shore's at. But yeah, because that Park Shore one that you got, yeah, that's the problem. They both Willow and Newcrest are basically the same town. And so is Magnolia. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, I'm replacing that one. Perfect. We have a bedroom here looking that way. Windows that open. Yes, nice. Now it's just a matter of whether or not I change things up. But otherwise this is the only thing I might do differently is if I stressed the house a little more. Not quite as you know, her parents don't make as much money and they're struggling type thing. Her mom's like a waitress or something, and maybe they have money, maybe they don't, but it's not quite as up to code as this. It could use some but otherwise, as far as all the the handiwork, somebody else did it for me. You're gonna have another baby. Everybody, be sure to check out Freebird's channel if you like Sims stuff. She got Sims galore, along with checking out the gallery. Now, isn't there already a Potter's Play yard? Let's go find out, because I think there was one already somewhere. I mean, it could turn out that okay, Park Shore is over here. Poor Goss. Goss didn't exist in that abandoned town. Maybe this one? It might be that one. No, it was Potter's Play. Yeah, it's not the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. I know there's a Potter's Play, or Potter's Play. Maybe that was what the Pancakes lived in before? I think that's what it was. Wish they had a, like, Maxis or Maxis curated, because sometimes I want just the stuff from the actual game. Now give me the OP, OG, whatever it's called. The OEM. Okay, that's a really old house. Maybe that's a house that goes there, but... Oh, not... These are... I want Maxis! I wonder if maybe it's just an empty lot and that's why it's called that when other people uploaded it. It's an empty lot called Potter's Splay and somebody built something on it. That might be what it is. You mean like that? That's why I, let's just get that thing going in the other laptop there while we're doing this. If she's streaming or going to. She might just be playing, I don't know. How dare you play without streaming? That's cheating! Hopefully everybody is... If anybody's new to my channel, and if you're watching currently, because, I mean... If you start a stream and you're this far in and watch the whole thing, then yeah, okay. Thanks for watching, but a lot of my streams are several hours long. So there's not always action, there's not always building. We're doing whatever we're doing at a given time. I mean, I have a theme of The Sims going to Cosmetology School, and I got to set that up. But it all depends on what I'm feeling, if I'm tired or not, whether I have to, you know, when I'm tired, I gotta sing along to the radio type thing to stay awake. So you never know what you're gonna get when you're watching my streams. I'm hoping that I don't F-bomb as much or swear as much during this series, because I'm trying to do something a little different, you know. So, you know, this kind of fits the theme. I wish these two were a little closer together. but it's still okay. I mean, I could put that here. Yeah, they need to be closer together. I don't mind putting that down now. We'll leave that there. But the houses need to be closer together. They need to be close enough to where they can hear from here what's being said or argued or whatever over here. And this is not quite close enough. Because it's important to a situation that will arise. So one of the houses, the houses need to be pretty much next to each other. If anything, put them both on that one lot. Let's try, well, let's put this down and see what it looks like. No. But it's a nice lot. Hey, it's, I like how well, I think that's where you built it anyway. Like a back gate goes to the alley over here. This is the thing that the Sims was advertising the other day to a House of Glam. I still want to build something, but I'm not exactly good at it all the time. It takes time, you know. That's the main problem. You know, anybody watching this that's not used to watching my stuff might be like wanting me to hurry up and do this, and like, he's not even doing anything. He's gabbing, and yeah, well. That's why I said it's a setup. I'm setting things up. I didn't say we're starting playing and getting right thing, and no, we're setting up. I mean, that kind of fits the theme of this is a smaller house than that one. No, it's got master bedroom. I don't want that one there. Or at least it's like a master bedroom. I don't know. No. No, it's not going to work this way. Whatever, just quit bothering me. You gonna do that every time? That would be one option. Yeah, something like that. So I don't want to build the whole house, but I do need to set up the bedrooms the right way. I'm sorry. I'm having issues. Issues with your troubles? Yeah, issues with my troubles. I need to... I'm gonna have to move... I mean, just to get an idea here, gotta... The houses need to be closer. Yeah, they need to pretty much share a fence. Almost. Which means this tree's gonna go bye-bye. If we're keeping this. You know, you could just do unfurnished. Yeah, I know. I don't want to be mean to her, but... You know. It's harder to remove stuff than it is put it back in. It's because you suck at building. Yes, I do. I suck at having the time and patience to do it. That's what I suck at. I think what it is you just need you need something to build. You're saying I need something to inspire me to build? Yeah. It's what I want, but it's not quite there. What does that one look like over in, I mean, Beatrice's house? Yeah. Young Beatrice's house. No, these are not the houses I want. They're just not. Well, what about the house here? All right, we're gonna come back to this because I got a lot of time today, but at the same time, I had to work early, so um, I don't want to start falling asleep when I'm on episode 1 here. I need something that gets the message across that in the one house, the people living there are a little better off than in the other house. And in a perfect world, I wouldn't be so picky about just plopping down a house and calling it a day. But it's like I've got this vision in my mind of how I want things to go, and that's what I want. These are not right. I mean, that one's kind of close, but still, it's just not quite. Alright, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs and go get coffee, because sometimes that helps. Maybe I'll come up with an idea for something, whether it's the houses or characters or something, but I gotta do something, because I'm starting to nod, and I'm not ready to start singing yet. Okay, I'm back. Excuse me. Okay, so maybe one girl lives in a duplex, and then the other girl lives in a full-size house. All right, let me see. Okay, bear with me, folks. I'm trying to find. I mean, I'm looking through my friends' stuff. Just before I go look into the gallery and stuff to find things, let's see if my friends have anything. At least to inspire me. I don't necessarily want to use their stuff, but just do they have something that's close to what I want? And so yeah, I'm just. Is this Caroline? Or who is this? I don't know. No, I think this is Caroline. Poor James Turner. He has so many fewer followers than the Sim Supply. Alright, now I'm not going to use hers, but I'd like to at least get an idea. If I can. So, I don't know where I want this to take place. I don't necessarily want... The hell? Never mind. Never mind. Just never mind. Never mind. I mean, I'm a little tired of it always being in LA and stuff. If I go to LA, then like California, I believe has like way more cosmetology hours. Oh wow, California's down to 1,000? for those trying to figure out what this means, you get 35 hours per week for the most part. You attend school for 40 hours, but when you total up the lunches, that's 2.5 hours per day. I mean, per week that don't count. I believe that's... How does that work out? Or is it a lunch hour? How? 7 days. You're going... Oh, 7 hours a day for 5 days. So there's an hour. Maybe it's... Okay, maybe it's the hour, the breaks and the lunch is counted. I forget, but you're only getting 7 hours per day out of the 8 that you're going. They don't count more than 35 hours a week. Let me put it that way. So that's 42 weeks. .8. I think I'm doing that wrong, maybe. Anyway, I started July 22nd. I finished June 12th. That's with about a week's worth of school closings, and then there's holidays and such that we were closed. I think we had a Christmas break. So yeah, it you know, but just figure that it's between 10 and 11 months to go 1,500 hours. But I was just thinking about just keeping it simple, and I'm from Michigan, so saying that they live in Michigan. What does Gibby Point look like? I haven't really been up there. Nope, they're not next to each other. They're not close enough to each other to be That basically looks like an Oasis Springs house, but here instead. It's a little too fancy. Maybe Evergreen Harbor is a better place. If I can get, maybe convert one of the big lots into they're both 30/20. So this makes me mad. You got empty lots here. Let me build on them. Let me build a neighborhood. You know, I don't want to have to vote on things to get these houses rebuilt. You know, this is kind of a plain house. I kind of like this. Let's save this lot. You're lining it up with the wrong house. Now, is there a way? Well, yeah, just copy the stuff, okay? Well, yeah, get rid of the goddamn lines. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear, but I just... I'm getting cranky. Oh, of course the window's on the wrong spot, and so is the bedroom, and all that crap. Unless you arranged it that way. That's one way to do it. No, that's... So I don't want it... I mean, but that'd be one way to do it, but then I'd have to reverse that thing. Can you give me a way to... There's gotta be a way to save these damn things and copy them and, you know... Just gonna have to ignore the house next door or something. And just put both of them on one lot. And just have two different houses or something. Okay, I'm trying to listen to that, but I just got the baby's constantly crying. I can't. You know, she's doing a 100 baby challenge thing, and I can't. The babies are constantly crying. I like playing the baby stuff, but right now I can't listen to that right now. Unfortunately, now is the only real time I can listen to it because I don't have time otherwise. You know, I don't have time to like really watch other people's streams because it's like I stream and then I go to bed and then I work and then I stream and then I go to bed and it just. So this is what we're going to do. Let's try to pick a random street somewhere on an actual map. So let's and try to find somewhere where there's like a nice house next to See, I don't want to just come right out and say what was going on. I want to film the scene at a later date. Like, okay, here's an example right here. Whoa, where are you taking me? Go back over here. So there's a nice barn-style house. And then a nice fancy house next to it. Yeah, that kind of fits the theme. Something like that, where it's almost like take my grape jelly house and then knock down one of the houses, and then knock down one of the houses and put a fancy house instead. I need help. I need help. I'm gonna lose it if I don't do something soon. No, we're in Kansas City. That's gonna be a later game. That's 40 minutes from now, or 50 minutes from now. Almost an hour. Yeah, let's do that. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow. Hey. coming down to start from, rolling apart. Say, what has come between us? Lives have come between us. I know you just don't care. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the film. Oh, yeah, yes, I recall. I think we both kinda liked it. And I said, well, that's one thing we've got. See you, everyone that knew me, others see through me. I guess I was wrong. What now? It's plain to see we're over, and I hate when things are over. What's left undone? And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the film. Yes, I recall. I think both kinda liked it. And I said, well, that's one thing we've got. Say, we've got nothing in common. Common ground to start from. We're falling apart. Oh, say, this come between us. Lives have come between us. I think you just don't care. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the film. Yes, I recall. I think both kinda liked it. And I said, well, that's one thing we've got. That's the unfurnished one. Or some. No, it's Jen's unfurnished. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the film. Yes, I recall. I think we both kinda liked it. And I said, well, that's the one thing we've got. And I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? She said, I think I remember the film. Yes, I recall. I think both kinda liked it. And I said, well, that's one thing we've got. Deep blue something. Never had a dream come true. Till I found you, even though I pretend that I be my baby. Never have words to say. I look around each day. Life takes me to with me. Will always be with you. I don't know all the words yet. Once a time. Never had a dream come true till the day that I found you. Even though I pretend that I've moved on, you'll always be my baby. No words to say. You're gonna think about each day. You're gonna where life takes me to. Your part of me will always be. Never had a dream come true till the day that I found you. You know I pretend that I've moved on. You'll always be my baby. With the words to say, people wanna think about each day. No matter where life takes me to, you're under me, will always be part of me, will always be with you. Slowly moving off my chest. Damn it. Seems I'm gonna give all my secrets away this time. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. Closes. I'm gonna give all my secrets away this time. Perfect line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. Mm-hmm. What you want to this senses, I'm gonna give all my secrets away this time. Perfect line, perfect line. I'm gonna give all my secrets away. That's a good idea. I like that idea. Riverside Roost. Do I have this one? No. So we're going to get it. Well, that's not the one I want. Okay. I'm getting really tired. YouTube, your freaking shuffle is not working. You literally are playing the same song you played before that song. Now, I understand I only have, like, 24 songs on this one. But aren't you supposed to shuffle to a song that you didn't play? God damn. Why do I bother shuffling? Now I'm ruining my episode. I didn't want to act like this. I didn't want to swear. I didn't, you know. I didn't want this. You know, I'm trying to have a better channel here, and I just... can't even do something as simple as turn some music on to make me feel better. Because it was working. It was starting to make me feel better. But no, there's always got to be something to mess with me. Alright, how about Celine? Do you want to do Celine? Might as well. Boom, 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 bam, bam, ding, 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 ding. Mm-hmm. 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 This so long. to build them strong. Waiting, wondering why, oh why you can't give a little bit, break down and give a little bit, yeah. Show some emotion, open, open your heart, set free an ocean, only a feeling can save us now. Mm-hmm. 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 Say you've been hurt, your to make through this life what you give to yourself. Maybe too strong. There's one kind word to be heard. I'll give a little bit. Try to forgive a little bit. Yeah. Show some emotion. Open, open your heart. Set free an ocean. Only a feeling can save us now. Show some emotion. Open, open your heart. Set free an ocean. Only a feeling can save us now. Open, open your heart. Set free an ocean. Only a feeling can save us now. Okay, if you were to put it there, which house is bigger? Alright, we're going to pause that for a little bit there. I want to look at this house. Because I think if we try that could work. So let's... What's this one called? We don't know because the pancakes live there. Alright, well, pancakes got to move out. perfect. Yeah. So oh. Okay. I'm gonna go get some coffee real quick from the fresh pot I made. I'm not gonna bother putting up the little "be right back" screen, but I will be right back. I think we're getting somewhere now. All right, we're over here now. How do I like this house? Well, it's unfurnished. Yeah, I noticed. I like the idea of that one a little better. We could have this one be the other person's house, and then put the other one here. I think this is unfurnished because I think they took the furniture with them. Okay, so what's this? Peak Earth? Alright, Peak Hearth. Dear Sims team, don't be making houses with move objects on. That ain't right. Okay, I was in this house already. Yeah, you place it down over at the other thing. Alright, let's go over to this lot. To be what I believed in something. Used to be what I believed in love. It's been a long time since I've had that feeling. I could love someone, I could trust someone. I said I'd never break my heart again, darling. I said never let nobody in, but if you ask me to, I just might give my time. Let you in my life forever if you ask me to. Smile with my heart, stay here in your arms forever if you ask me to. If you ask me to. Boo, 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 boo. Oh yeah. Somehow ever since I've been around you, can't go back to being on my own. Something feeling done since I found you, that I found my home, that I finally home. I said I'd never close to me, darling. I said never needed to be free, but if you ask me to, I just might change my mind and let you in my life forever. If you ask me to, smash in my heart and stay here in your arms forever. If you ask me to, if you ask me to, I will give my word to you, baby. I need you now. That's what you feel like you anything for you, baby. I'll let you in my life forever. All you gotta do is ask me to. All you gotta do, all you gotta do. All you gotta do is ask me to give you my world. I'm wanting the wrong one. Everything, everything, baby. Ask me to. Anything you wanna do, just ask me to. That's a Diane Warren song. That one we're not arguing about. That was Diane Warren. And not only does Celine Dion sing it, but so does Patti LaBelle. Patti did her version. Well, her version was used in License to Kill, the James Bond movie. Distant flame. If it's touch, one has died. Time is my enemy. Earth moving faster, but the nights are long with me. In eternity, sometimes a foolish pride. If only you could see me now. Goodbye's not so easy now. The freedom that I walked away to gain is nothing but these chains. You alone can break if you could free me now. Your heart would come undone. see me now. Just ease now. I need to wipe the tears. Passing by a mile. Not the one who laughed at you. It was yesterday. For me not to throw your love away. If only you could see me now. Goodbye's not so easy now. The freedom that I walked away to gain is nothing but these chains. Your heart would break if you could hear me now. Your heart would come undone if you could hear me once. Your love will bring me back. Only you could see me now. I can run, see above. I shall run on forever. I have no light of my own, other than the love we've known long ago together. You could heal me now. Your heart would come undone. You could touch me once. No love would bring me back. If only you could see me now. The problem with this situation is that I need them to be both on the same lot in order to control both households at the same time. Dun, 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 dun. With me, I want you to be under mine. I look the same way too. Tales. So halfway to heaven. Let's go all the way. I don't wanna give it up. I'm already falling in love. When I reach your place, I'm to see the smile on your face. It's okay. Dreams to share, please be there. Nothing failing with you. Looking for happiness, nothing less. With me, baby, I'm looking to, and I'm halfway to heaven. Let's go all the way. I don't wanna give it up. I'm already falling. I'm halfway to heaven. Let's go all the way. I don't wanna give it up. Already falling in love. I don't wanna give myself in moderation. Give myself invitation. Congratulations. Praying, saying, be mine, baby. See, this is what I'm talking about. I want to pick up this house and put it right here, but I can't. I want to copy it. I want it to be right next to it. It's like, so what? I copied this. Big deal. It's not raised up. See, you did it wrong. Now, you raised up the foundation. You didn't add a foundation. So, this don't work. Just, no, come on. Robert, just calm down. Just calm down, please. Just calm down. Build the house. No, we're not listening to this song. Yeah, you can look at me all that way all you want, but we're not listening to that one. Tale as old as time, true as it can be, when even friends then somebody bends unexpectedly. Just a little subtle change, small to say the least, both a little scared, neither one prepared, Beauty and the Beast. Never that's the same, ever a surprise, ever as before, never just as sure as the sun will rise. Oh, 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 oh. It's the same. Ever a surprise. Never as before. Ever just as sure as the sun will rise. Oh, oh, oh. They're as old as time. Tune as old as song. Bittersweet and strange. Nothing you can change. Learning you were wrong. Certain as the sun. As the sun rising in the east, as old as time, song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast. No. Before we do that one, I gotta do that. This another Diane Warren song. I've looked everywhere I can just to find you. Over to you. And I've seen circles round the sun chasing after you. Oh, but it's no use. Can't you see that I've gone out of my mind, trying to find a way to get through to you? You don't know how hard I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried. What do I gotta do? Do I gotta get water from the moon? To what I gotta do to make you love me, make you love me? Do I gotta turn the sand into the sea? Is that what you want from me? I've done everything that I can do but get water from the moon. Reached up in the sky, through the stars, oh, to win your heart. Even that's not enough. I reached every book and heart I could find. Oh, to touch your world and get some love out of you. I'm really trying, but all I can give, and I don't know what's left to try. And I've tried, and I've tried. What do I gotta do? Do I gotta get water from the moon? Is that what I gotta do to make you love me, make you love me? Do I gotta turn the sand into the sea? Is that what you want from me? I've given everything that I can do but get water from the moon. Love me. How do I make you love me? Do I make you see that I'm going out of my mind? And I've tried, and I've tried, and I've tried. Do I gotta get water from the moon? Is that what I gotta do to make you love me, make you love me? Do I gotta turn the sand into the sea? Is that what you want from me? I've done everything that I can do but get water from the moon. Baby, love me, baby, love me. I've done everything. Alright, so I'm getting the general idea here. What I'm thinking is that on one side we have a family that lives in the whole house. And then in the other building, it split into like a duplex or something. You know, in other words, rich person, not as rich. Not as rich. And possibly these being the landlord of that one. Possibly. I wish I could get rid of the trees, but at least they disappear. Now, I think this is a little too close. I'm glad I can do this, but it's a little too close together. So, I'm gonna move the lot over a little bit and then redo this. I just want these houses close enough to where somebody in a room here could hear what's going on here. And I want the windows, I want the one bedroom here and the other bedroom here of our main student characters. I want the person in this room to be able to somehow see into this room. Whether there's an angle thing going on, or she's looking in a mirror, or... I don't want it to be the bathroom. I don't want bathrooms involved. Now, there's a bit of a voyeur thing going on, but it's more of an innocent one. There's no, it's not meant to be a sexual thing. Okay, it's more of like a jealousy thing or something like that. How the other half, how the other half are living, and am I able to? Now I can. Now we're getting somewhere. Maybe even put like a driveway here that goes back, and there's parking in the back, or a garage in the back of each type thing. Maybe one has a garage back here, but this one maybe it's got maybe it's got the what do you call the canopy style parking? I don't know. Now, what size is this room or house? And then the theme could also be that they also own that one, and maybe they own these two or something, but... yeah, I don't think we could quite get another one here. But, then again, there's also... we can pretend that this is a driveway that leads into here, into this yard. And this driveway could lead only back here. Okay, I like what we've got going right now. Now I'll probably gut these houses and rearrange them, but I've got my general idea here. Can I get here? Give me some siding that's... We need more options for that weathered look. Yeah, there we go. No, that didn't do it. Can I get Will you let me get I'm getting a little tired of this. Let me do the floor I'm trying to do. Okay, do we have a version with more worn down shutters than that? Oh well. It was nice that they could come, but I'm alone. No, you're not. No, I'm not. But just saying. Yeah, well, you need to not say it. Well, where'd those go? Where's the ones we've got? All right. Yeah, go with that. Yeah, because it looks similar, but it's like it's sun faded more. What's in that room? Oh, it's the kitchen window. Okay. Okay, so in order to do this, I need to split one of these off into a duplex. So all right, well, let's count. 3, 6, 3, 6. We could put like a laundry room back here or something. I mean, these don't have to necessarily be this small. We could go a little bit further back with them to fit double apartments. Well, that's one way to do it, and I don't know, maybe instead of townhouse style, maybe it's upper and lower floors. I don't know, something. Well, first, oh, that's right. So then we need to move this wall back. Because we need 6, and we need 6 over here. This whole flipping things around and all that, it just, you know, it really drags me. I mean, this is one of the few rooms that I'm going to do that with, but... Okay, so... move the door. You do know you gotta unfancy these. Yep. What are you saying? It's not up to code? Not in that manner, no. How big is that? I wish it would tell me how big the room is. It's that big. It's kind of got an apartment theme to it. Alright, Robert. What? This is what I want you to do. What? Oh, that? Yep. You know, it really ought to be like laundry in the basement, so we're not even going to worry about that for the moment. We can always make a laundry room later. This is too much. Oh, Tiger game time. Okay. So, get rid of the chandeliers, because that's not happening. Or let's make this... Yeah, that looks a little less fancy. Alright. Here's what you do. Okay, we have matching windows for the bathroom and for the kitchen. That's what we want. That's still good. Okay. Do I want that? Could always be a different kind of duplex where one lives in the bottom rooms and one lives in the top rooms. You know, like kitchen and living room here and bedrooms over here. Instead of a split. At least by doing that, we could just put the bathroom over here on both floors, Put a kitchen over here and not have to mirror image it. Well, dummy, yeah. Do you want to put a kitchen here where you're trying to put a bedroom? No. Well, then you're going to need to put it over here. I mean, it'd be different if you were doing something over here, whatever, you know, like, but you need to put the kitchen here. Well, it's not that fancy one either. So, alright, let's put a kitchen. Oh, that's for rent. Yeah. If you put that there, then you can finagle it. Well, hey, for those that want to see me build once in a while, you know, it's about as close as we're going to get to it. Okay, how about stop doing this and make your own? Yeah, let's just make my own. Okay, I think you got too many here. Let's... Yeah, that's better. What the hell? Why can I never get what I want? Man, the hell were you using to begin with? Why? Where's our small cabinets? Why the hell ain't you... What, are we out of money? Sorry, folks, I don't usually use these. I don't have enough experience doing this. Where's the small cabinets? Why do I not see a small cabinet? Do I have to put those above a sink somehow? Will it automatically turn into one? How do I... Fine, let me look it up. Sims 4 change the cabinets. Um... Okay, well, where's this damn gear icon? Turn off auto cabinets in build mode. Then click the gear wrench icon above the color swatches. Yeah, but why is it all dishes? Why can't we get something else? That's too many. Maybe put another. That's a lot of That's a lot of cupboards for a small kitchen. I think. Okay, we need a simple dining table. What's over here? I don't know yet. Do we have any lights in this kitchen? Apparently not. Laundry? Laundry in the kitchen? Hey, who said it was perfect? Wish they had an ironing board, you know, standing up, like as if you're using it. I don't really like that. I want like a smaller table. Um, Bathroom over here. I don't know. I'd rather put a kitchen up front than put a bathroom, you know, but. Or bathroom here with bedroom. What good are these? You can't put something on it? Come on, let me put a coffee pot there. don't want to have to. So that's the thing. I don't want to have to put another counter for somebody to put the freaking plate down. Oh, man. Because they can't just put the plate down. Yeah, that's what I get. I wanted to use that, and now I can't. Stupid. There. We don't have a microwave. I noticed. But again, you do this, then you can't put the dinner anywhere. Damn, come on. I mean, is there any way for me to test this? I mean, is there anything with a plate that I could... I don't have a sim to test it with right now. I mean, maybe I get lucky and they can put it there, but... Poopy doopy doo. Poopy doopy doo. Alright, I'm having fun with this, but I need to switch to doing something else. Um, Maybe if I create a character. Alright, I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up real quick. Doesn't really matter what the Tigers are doing because they're losing again. I don't care whether it's a commercial or not. Um, if anybody's watching, I don't usually do this, but if you want to throw out some female names, I might use one if I like what you suggest. But I need some female names. One's gonna be a blonde, and one is gonna have brown hair. They're not related. They're neighbors, but they're not related.
Morno Blampic. Sula.
Okay. This is usually when the noise gets to me, when they're like constantly yapping.
Way Bo. Uh-huh. Uxaloy Scoopa.
Can we get one that's more... Wish the hair had more like highlighting options and such. I mean, I like how we got the silver streaks or whatnot, but maybe that. Maybe.
Huh.
Okay, remove the glasses. Are those gloves? Yeah. She was wearing what I needed her to wear. Alright, did it come with...
Ooh.
Okay, I can't. No, no, you are not. You're a little bit fit though, cause you're. If you're cheerleading, you got some muscles and stuff. You're active, but you work out. You got muscles. You're just not that thin. We're not doing that thin. Where'd that other one go? This one? Yeah. Okay. I suppose nobody wants to join in with that.
Huh? Huh?
I think that's also.
Ah.
Uh, Here. Let's Oh, is that the other one?
Hmm.
Okay, that would match the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hmm.
get to have... So... But what about the other one? This and this have the brown pants. We've got the gold and the gold. And gold and brown. So let's change... Let's change the top for this one. Okay, so we got gold and... Well, it's not brown, that's... That's not really the right color. Yeah, see, that doesn't match. Alright, so let's do the... Does that really match, though? That's the thing. She's wearing long sleeves. With the... Now, is this the same... Yeah, it's the same, was it Copperdale High?
Ooh.
Long sleeve, each color. Long sleeve with that. Long sleeve with that color. Short sleeve with that one. So, what... I mean, we don't need to have... Do you want to just get rid of the long sleeve ones? I don't know. Let's do it this way. Can we change the color of this so that it's the right color? Yeah, that's the one we want.
Ooh.
There we go. That's the matching. I like having the Because it's like a home and an away thing. That's the...
Hmm.
Okay. Gold with blue. Blue with gold.
Hmm.
Gold with gold long sleeve.
Ah.
So this should be the long sleeve. Um, how about instead of trying to wear the long pants, we'll just give her long tights. That's probably what would be a better way to match.
Hmm.
Can we get a
Huh.
why is it all simplest thing. Give me a dark blue. That doesn't match. That does not match. Maybe do that. Okay, I don't like this one. I want to get rid of her. Okay, so short sleeve, or no sleeve. You know, tank top, long sleeve, long sleeve, and then not quite silver. Damn it.
Huh?
I mean, I suppose I could use the other ones again, but just I want to coordinate this.
Huh. Hmm. Hmm.
It's really frustrating, you know. The simplest thing, just give me a matching dark blue. Maybe a red to go with the stripe or something. I don't know.
Hmm.
The hell? Hello? What? Like? Oh, okay, that's not what it's advertising. All right, I suppose that's as close as we're gonna get.
Hmm.
All right.
Huh?
Okay. Alright, now you're a cheerleader. We could do that.
Hmm. Hmm.
Alright, let's not worry. Let's change this to something else. Now,
Huh?
we're going to make you an
Wambosi
adult
Blingo.
because
Narshko Smiba, huh?
I don't want to have y'all actually go to school. Yeah, we can go with that for now. But I don't want... Okay. Let's... We need to put regular clothes on her. Or, you know, at least like school uniform or something. Um... Oh, well. You know, like I said, if you don't click through these, you don't know what you got. Oh, that he's qualified also. Where's my JKs? that's the university outfit. I think that's a JK.
Huh.
That could be like a volleyball outfit or something.
Hmm. Ah.
Okay, so when she's at school, they're probably all wearing school uniforms or something. I don't know.
Hmm.
Or school approved, or I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. You know, certain ones they can wear. Maybe she gets the four fancier ones and the other one not so much. Alright, but you get to wear the fancy stuff. And maybe later on we'll add more outfits for you or something. Well, you're still doing that. You know. This and this other skirts. Yeah, that's one possibility.
Huh. Hmm.
No. I don't want the thing hanging out like that. Where's
Huh.
Oh, that's not going to match because it's not. The university's not going to match the high school.
Hmm.
we're getting caught up on the clothing. I know she's a cheerleader, but this other crap is slowing me down.
Huh?
She's a cheerleader, she's the popular one.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like
Huh?
I need some people that watch my stuff and don't have other things to go watch in the meantime. I mean, I know I take forever, but just, I had something going, and
Hmm.
yeah, I don't know what else to say. I don't know if anybody's watching or not, but it's obviously not very many. But I,
Hmm.
you know, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just being dumb.
Ah.
This was so much easier when I was doing the other thing because I knew what I was building. I built that. Then I added characters. And it's like now I've got, you know, I knew this was gonna happen. There's no way I'm getting this all started in one episode, so y'all will have to bear with me. It's just not gonna happen. Damn, she got a 6-pack. Here, take this off of here.
Huh. Hmm.
have one? I don't know, a belt or something. Robert, just make the character, okay? Figure out the name, because nobody else is helping. You're gonna have to earn that.
What's the best? Oh, Vadish. Ah.
Alright, well, Tiger's lost. That didn't help my mood. I was good before that, but nope. Started listening to the Tiger game and we were already down, and poop on that. All right, let's get the. Why don't? All right, let's turn the '80s music on because I don't want to expect to sing along.
Ah.
Charlie, huh? I didn't even notice that. Okay, that's. I can't concentrate with the music going.
Hmm. Ah.
I mean, at least if I make a character, I could get a picture of them for the thumbnail instead of the one I've already got. Um,
Ooh.
no, no, we're not doing that. That's too much like something else. That is way too much like Charlie Bucket. Sorry. Candyman can't. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to count on doing that. We gotta get something going and actually have some gameplay and stuff. And maybe we'll get some new people, because everybody's just too busy. You know? Everybody's just too busy, and your stuff is just... You take too long with everything, and people lose interest. And then you're always upset. You're always F-bombing.
Ah.
Yeah. And when you're not doing that, you're falling asleep. I mean, I haven't fallen asleep in a long time, but eventually it's gonna happen. You know what you do when you're, yeah, I know.
Ooh.
This should help. We go to the map. And we use a last name that's a town name. Butterfield? No, we're not doing Butterfield. Charlie. Do I want it to be Charlie? I know I thought about that earlier, and that's why the fact that it gave me that, I'm stuck on it at the moment. But hey, look, Hidden Valley. Let's go see if the ranch is there. It doesn't say whether there's a ranch or not. There's a horse ranch here. There's the Garrison Ranch. Ow. Yeah, it's not that one. Camarillo. And, Charlie Camarillo. Charlie Camarillo. I don't know. Or we can use Charlie for the other one and change her name to something else. Dale, sir. No.
Benaza Scheiben.
Lagar S.U. Garashi,
Yeah,
Yabanzi,
that's a little bit
Amika
loud.
Bor.
That is a little, especially with the Tiger game not on.
Lampima Ruskin.
How do you? Yorba Bay. Flippy Safruma.
Ambu.
Askana.
Lexa. Bornadu. Yifitame.
Okay, I hope it wasn't that loud earlier for y'all. Because it didn't sound that loud earlier.
Algares Vinkira.
Zafu, Apliva.
Wissadib Sarpava.
Garashi, Yabanzi
Mitzel Benarla.
Is that the same hair? Just with the makeup?
Yeah. Huh. Ooh.
We might need to switch up. So I think you're a little more. You're a little bit more. This you look a little bit more like what I'm after here. So. No. Give you that. Let's just keep it simple this time. We can always do more later.
Ah.
No. Let's just stick with. Keep it simple, okay? I can't do that. I'm noticing. Just keep it simple. We can do the other stuff later, but let's give you how do you look when you wear that other thing? Yeah, 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 it's you.
Vila. Ooh. Yarrow.
Is that what we wanted?
Unyab.
I think that's what we did. Creative and self-assured. Like, we can give the other one creative. You... I wish we could just click on that and not worry about clicking on another one. Like, they like animals, they're athletic, they're food, you know, just... I don't care if it gives me a random one up here, but just... Yeah, I like that better than that. I like that a lot better. It's got some tone to it, some highlight. This is too ghostly. All right, so you are gonna go right for the ponytail. Not that ponytail. It's not to say that you're like chubbier than the other one or anything. That's not what I was going for.
Ah.
Wish you had just a regular blue one. I mean, unless I'm just not seeing it, but... Well, I mean, that must be it there, but... It's kind of a grayish color, but... we need... I sworn we had more than this. Wish we could combine outfits. It's closer, but
Huh?
it also looks fancier, like it was bought at a fancy store. And she doesn't have that kind of money. I don't want to use that. Can I get this but without the rips? You know, I like some sleeves. That ain't it. That ain't gonna be the one. No. Where'd the, Is that a top? I don't think it was a top. Maybe if we can match that to the bottom. But I want some... go to the I like that one. Okay. So, and your choice of shoes, maybe some Converse. Yeah, some Converse to go with that.
Ah.
Maybe not. Maybe the other ones. Where's them other Converse? Thought we saw some other Converse before. Maybe not. We just get some. Those look more like ice skates without skates attached. And just keep that for now.
Ah.
For now, that's what you've got. Can we have an underachiever? Not sure if I want that or not. Don't see. I don't want him acting weird.
Vacuuming! Well, bitch. Zinsmushka Garule.
Cosmo Cabarillo? No. Charlie Cosmo? No. We might leave it. That sounds new. It's probably not, but... Yeah, small business. That kind of makes sense with where I'm going with her. Um, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get this coffee warmed up. In case I'm gone for a little while, I'll pop this up. That's to be right back from my other series, but because I haven't made a new one yet, but because that's why it's still short for Beatrice or Beauty. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Do, 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 do. I am back. For the moment. I'll have to go and get that when it goes ding, but I'm still not set on that. Joanna Ambrosia. No. Calvert Cartwright. Bordeaux. Smallwood. Chapel-Common. Judd Chavis. Driscoll Beard. Torres. McKenna. Gill. Montanez. McManus. Braswell. Tilly. Divide. Kyle. Hollis. Rios. Woodruff. Richmond, Todd, Roses, Aguirre, Ortiz, Wisniewski, Chapman, Gravatt, Mondragon, Booth, Gaines, Coughlin, Shin, Hancock, Foreman, Holbrook, Pennington, Gifford, Grutonk, Snodgrass, Lloyd, Gowers, Christensen, Farrell, Woodworth. You're just making fun of me now. that was fun. Oh man, you're making fun of me. Oh god. Oh. If you were really reading my mind, you would have picked a better name. But that was just a cheap shot. Yep, that was. Burnsworth. Burnsworthy? No, that makes it sound like she's. That makes it sound like we should burn her to death, like a witch or something. Stonesworth. Poindextersworth. Fryworth? Nope. That's back to the Burns. Goodsworth. Goodworth. we already have... Don't we already have somebody named Allred? I have Albright. Albright, that's what it is. Yeah. Beatrice Albright.
Ah. Hmm.
Woollyworth. Yeah. That'd be something. It's not Woolworth, it's Woollyworth. You're not saying it right. I'm supposed to be the popular one. Mercado, that means market.
Oh.
Shillingworth? Yeah. You worth a shilling. Poundsworth? Pettyworth?
Huh.
Gosh, they really want me to use that damn Rutledge, don't they? No, we're not doing Beaversworth. Yeah, I don't want to do that. We already have Barnes. I don't want to do Burns. Joanna Delaney. JD. Joanna Delaney.
Oh. Hmm.
Can always change it. Keep it for now. Okay, so Wish they wouldn't put that stupid gold strap in the middle.
Oh. Hmm.
Let's go with that for the moment.
Mora, hey, you bosa. Ooh.
I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want to say about this because there's gonna be conflict. I mean, maybe until now, it's been support. It's been close. But something will change with that.
Hmm.
Elaine Delaney. Elaine Delaney. Well, my dad had a friend named Delane. Nadine Delaney. Nadine Delaney. Just rolls off the tongue.
Ooh, yes. Simola. Huh. Fonsa! Hmm.
She almost looks like Jane Jetson. Okay, let's get her some bling. Oh, the ring. I was okay. I'm like, why am I zoomed in? The ring. You know what? I probably wouldn't have used those otherwise, but let's give it a try. I don't know. Yeah, that's more important to her. And that's the source of the argument.
Oogaroo!
Zomboom Inabosh. Let's go with that one for now.
Why can't we have like just an ambitious or something? What did I want for her?
Jiminy.
Ooh. Oh, no.
No, we can't take that one. I don't want tense. I hate the tense thingy because I can't get rid of it.
Limla. And Chiwi.
Maybe she's wearing that. What other colors would we have of it? That might be a little too fancy. Let's get you some decent non-slips. No, maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fine. Are their fathers in the picture? I don't know yet. It's never what you think it is. Where's it at? Where's it at? Poop. Where's it at? Where is it? That one? Yeah, except I wish it only had like one pencil involved. That's too many. How about just a simple... The thing with claw clip? Yeah. Yeah. That'll work. And then when she's at home... What does she wear at home? Now let's get her... Not corduroy. Or whatever that is.
Ooh.
Can we just get something simple though? I want something that says... I want a skirt, but not fancy. Maybe that. Yeah, just go with that. All right. Can we get the families together? Yeah, Camarillo's my main family for now. Unless I change it. Unless I change the name, I mean. But young adult. Come on, why can't you do this? Why can't she be with her mother and vice versa? That ain't right. Hey, Serena. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Ugh. Yes, it's episode 1, and you're coming in as I just now at least have the main characters and mothers. Can you guess who's the mother of which daughter and why they're not standing next to each other? Oh, let's all tilt that way. Frickin' Earth is, Can we tilt towards the sun a little bit or something? Okay, now we're trying to turn the other way. You're acting a little too outgoing, though. That's the problem. You're supposed to be, like, shy. That's a little better. You know what? We're gonna go with that, because you're kind of... You look like you're kind of holding back the smile. And you're doing your thing, and yeah. Yeah, there we go. So... I'm gonna... Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. We're building the houses over here. So for now, we're gonna plop you down here at Bargain Bend. Oh yeah, they have other outfits I didn't change. That almost makes sense for something you might wear. So, the basics. The basic plot. I'm going to type this out so that somebody can read it. And of course, this is subject to change. The character names could change, you know. But we have Charlie. Is that an EY? Did we do EY? Yeah. Charlie Camarillo. So these two are technically still in high school, but I've got them as young adults because I don't want them having to be forced to go to school. Charlie Camarillo. (18), about to graduate. Lives with her mother. I don't know about the father yet. In a somewhat run down duplex. At least that's what I'm calling it. She lives on the upper floor of a 2-floor apartment building. Instead of it being divided in the middle, it's divided by floors. She is a tomboy. Never really done her makeup or wore dresses or done much with her hair except keep it long and mostly in a ponytail. She's not a member of Slytherin, so she's only got the correct amount of S's in that word. What was it? Robin. The first name they chose, I kept it. Mother, waitress. Hopes her daughter will do better. In a nutshell. But she's still supportive, I guess. I mean, let's put it that way for now. The other main character. So what's going to happen is, unbeknownst to each other, Charlie and the other one, Joanna, are both going to enroll in cosmetology school, the same one. At the moment, if you've ever seen, this is kind of like the Taylor Swift You Belong With Me, with the one's the, you know, cheerleader, tomboy, not, one's the cheerleader, one's the tomboy band person. You know. And the popular one's gonna kind of make fun of her and all that in school. So we're just gonna see how things happen when now they're in a different school. Will they get along or not? Joanna Delaney. Nadine Delaney. Landlord slash property owner. Husband might be dead. Not sure yet. So unlike, well, no, in the first episode of Beauty Magazine, I did at the end start making some characters, I believe, or maybe the end of the second one, I forget. But well, technically the first episode was building, but we might be ahead of the game if I've got characters. Let's save it as this one, because I don't want the pancakes getting any marquee treatment. And we'll save it also as the first one. Well, we'll save it as part 3. Let's do that. Come on. Some of this might be because OneDrive is like accessing the stuff. I don't know. Is it getting shorter every time I do this? Alright, 1 second, I'm going to go grab that food out of the microwave before it gets cold sitting in the microwave. Because that's annoying. Okay. Yes. Little cheese smokies. My store decided to discontinue them, so I bought the rest of them. Okay. She was probably a homecoming queen, or at least voted, among the court or whatever. But so, yes. Charlie Camarillo is 18. So is Joanna. They go to the same school. They're about to graduate. They live next to each other. So I'm trying to set up 2 houses next to each other that are similar. These may or may not be the houses, but I'm trying to get it so that the rich one lives in this bedroom and the poor one lives in this bedroom. This family owns both houses. This one's being run as an apartment building. Not necessarily. I mean, we'll see what happens when they do that stuff. I haven't used it yet. The only thing I've done with it is I made the apartment building that Beth, oddly enough, my other hairdresser sim from Beauty Magazine, was living at. But I didn't. I was just, all I would ever do was switch back and forth from my own sims that were living there. I haven't really hidden any other characters, and I wasn't collecting the rent. I would like to play that kind of gameplay, but I wish they would. I wish they would make it so you could run a shopping center that way. Or at least build one so that you could put multiple different... I mean, they started to with that, the library / nightclub. So, that's a start. You know, more of that kind of thing. So, this one is more run down than this one. The blinds are all, or the shutters are faded. The siding is worn. And I'm in the process of changing this around. Adding a kitchen that I can plunk down in the other... There. I wanna... The main reason why I wanted to do it like split level this way is so I could have the bedrooms over here and bathrooms and kitchens and stuff over here. The main thing is I need... well, living room and stuff can be down here. And the bathroom could be down here. Or the... You know... Actually, no. No, shut up, Robert. Shut up. You're dumb. The bedroom is over here. Charlie's bedroom is here. I need to switch this so that Joanna's bedroom is here. I wanted to have the houses close enough because at some point Charlie will overhear conversations going on over here, arguments and whatnot. And it's not... this is not a... there's not a crush thing going on. It's not meant to be sexual. But Tomboy over here will sometimes catch glimpses of Popular Girl over here doing her hair and makeup. And she's going to be over here like wishing she could do that. And one day she's going to get the courage to try. And it's just going to be a matter of how their families react when they find out they're going to cosmetology school. Because that's not supported by many families. Even though, you know, the whole world shut down, but everybody cried that they can't get their hair cut. But everything opens up, and you don't deserve to have money. You don't deserve to, you know, how dare you raise your prices? You know. Why is the cost of a haircut so much? You know. Because we got bills too. You know, so. So that's like the story part. You know, how will they, when they're in the same class together, without all the other people around, kind of like The Breakfast Club, if you ever seen that movie. You know, you don't have all your friends watching you interact with each other. But amongst that, I'm going to make cosmetology schools. And earlier in the episode, to start off, I made mannequins. And I gave them the names of the mannequins I got in my kit when I started the second school. This is Ben. His purpose is to be a mannequin head. And this is Reese. Reese was mainly our long hair, curler hair, put in an updo type mannequin. You know, mostly kept long for that purpose. So we could cut on the other mannequins. Naomi. And then we had two named Penelope that were identical, the Penny twins. Yeah, well, I did that to some people with my salon fair thing that I did with the lady in making a pie. And earlier in the episode, I gave my virtual tour of the second school I went to. I might make the school look like this one. I might make it look like my first school. It might be a combo. Yep. Yep, you know, the Penny twins. We had actual salon brand Wella and Sebastian products to sell, an OPI nail polish. If somebody came for a manicure or pedicure, you know, which if they came for one of them, they got to choose a color and they went home with the bottle. If they came for both and wanted two different colors, they could go home with two different colors. And I mean, technically, they could get 2 bottles if they paid for both. 2 bottles of the same color. And the reason that was done is sanitation. Instead of needing to use disposable brushes, you just give them, you open a fresh bottle, use it on them, and they go home with it. It's not used on other customers. We had a coffee bar that I used. And on the other side of this wall was all the performance floor. That's what it was called. It was the performance floor. And then down the hallway was the classrooms. I didn't do this earlier, but I meant to. I'm gonna download the picture of the classroom. I gotta go to my Facebook on the other computer to do it, though. So that I'm not not showing my my name. Occasionally I accidentally do that, but I'm not going to do it on purpose. Oh. There's one of those. You have a good night, too. Well, yeah, that does help. Getting to keep it and retouch it yourself. Reach out and touch somebody's nail polish, but don't smudge it if you can. If you can, avoid it. Oh, let's show this. Yeah. Can I get that from the other computer? Nope, that ain't it. Okay, well, that's simple enough. Damn it. Will you let me select more than one? Because now I gotta open the other one and drag them in there instead. Okay. Now, this is not what you think it is. Unless you think it's makeup. We had there was like a makeup school that does like Hollywood type makeup and teaches it, that came to our school to see if any of our people wanted to go attend there. Half of the class got to do sugar skulls, while the other half, my half, got to play around with fake blood and making bruises and stuff like that. So I made a bruise. And I posted this picture to Facebook and didn't say what happened. I think I just said ouch or something. And then later on when I got home, I edited it in to say, it's just makeup. My story was going to be that I whacked the back of my hand really hard on a doorknob. Here is this is the early on picture that I took standing outside my school looking towards the future. And this was the day that I brought my mom in my red car there to get my diploma. And then earlier I mentioned that during my last weeks, Miss Sherry, the campus manager, came up to me and asked if I would curl the hair of this mannequin, because she was redoing this display case. So these are my curls on that mannequin. And then this is a closer view. I'm still looking for the, as usual, I didn't get to the thing that I was trying to get. Trying to remember. Alright. Okay. So this was my last day in the junior class, or the workshop classroom. You know, when you get your 350 hours, you move out of this classroom, and then you can go to the senior class, and then you get to work on the public. But you gotta wait 350 hours first. But this was the junior class, or the workshop class, where you did like 2 weeks of each thing. You know, 2 weeks of manicures and pedicures, 2 weeks of hair cutting, 2 weeks of color, to. And it was the beginning class. Then you go to the other thing, and you get more in depth with 2 more weeks or 4 more weeks or whatever of each thing. And every time you get to the end of a 2-week or 4-week period, you guys switch teachers. 2 of the teachers from the floor come into the classrooms and trade places, and 2 of them go out onto the floor. So there was always a rotation. So you didn't just have the same teachers teaching the same things all the time. And what that worked out to was when you're in the senior class and you're doing the mock state board test, which we take 4 times, I had at least 3 different teachers do it. So, I had Miss Jerry. I believe I had Miss Violet for one of them. And then I had Miss E twice. And Miss E is the by-the-book state board teacher. You're going to do it. If you want to do it right, you'd be lucky to have her give you the mock board twice. Because she's going to use that eagle eye and all that. And I had her twice, and I'm thankful. Because I was prepped. I mean, I was telling the story the other day about how things ended up going at State Board when I was reading my journal and all that, but I was at least prepped. The little things happened, but I kept going. It's hard to see on the wall here, but these are posters showing the different kinds of haircut foundations that we learn. One is the 0 elevation haircut, where basically like a long hair trim or doing a bob. Then there's the square layers where you're holding the hair. Let's say this orange part is the head. This white piece of paper would be how you're holding the hair out from the head, and then you're cutting along this orange line. But you're doing that in a box shape when you're holding the hair out from the head. You're not holding it like a shark fin out from the head. You're actually you move around the head a little bit and hold the hair straight back from that spot, not pulling it towards the center. In other words, it's kind of like making a flat top on the back of the head, only a long flat top. Then there's the round layers in which you do more blending. And that's I believe, the state board style cutting. Then there's the 180 where you hold the hair straight up and cut. Or that might be the 90 degree. I forget, but either way. Different things seem to call it different things at times. But 180 would be the opposite of zero elevation. So the opposite of a bob, where you hold the hair all up instead of leaving it hanging down. But yeah, that was the workshop classroom. And that's the day that I took that picture to get out of there. So I started school on July 22nd, and it was September 13th when I finished that part. And then I grabbed this picture really quick because this was the other classroom. It's not quite good. Well, you can see things in the mirror. That's where the shampoo sink and chair would be. But this was the senior room. I already showed this earlier on the map, but there's my picture of the outside. This door here, this right here, was the school. This was the shoe store, and Sally Beauty is inside here. Did I grab anything else different? Oh. Yeah, me. That was probably when I first got out there and got assigned a chair. Almost 13 years ago. Now I'm 50 years old and working in a grocery store. Again. Still trying to figure out what I'm going to do. If I'm going to do anything. But yeah, that's I wanna do some stuff with this series. Let's see, it's 11:30, so we still got some time. I started this at, I believe, 1:45-ish. So basically we got it until 1:30 before I have to stop. Okay, so we're not going to worry so much about doing that right now, but this is her bedroom. So this is Joanna's bedroom. if I want that or not. But there's just one problem with this situation. These windows don't open. The other windows opened. Now maybe it's okay in that, like I said, because she's close enough, she might be able to hear the yelling and arguing, but how is she supposed to hear what's actually being said? Unless she's out on the balcony and hears it. Something like that. We'll figure it out, but I don't necessarily want to get rid of these windows right now. You get so lucky to have both windows in your room. I mean, unless somehow they were looking through this window. But we can always put a window on the back of the house. Well, there is one there. It just disappeared after when we redid the back of this house and then shrunk it again. Alright, let's move this over, though, because... oh, no. The bathroom's going to be in the middle. Or the two bathrooms will be in the middle. And the living room can be over here. Or we could always do a thing where the bathroom is here. With the stairs going up here and going around and... well, first you have to have stairs. Yeah. How about... Okay, maybe they just had a shower. Either just a shower or just a tub, but... Well, they're not as big as I thought they were. Yeah, so... Alright. I mean, I suppose I could have had, like, a small bedroom here with a bathroom here, and then, like, some other things here. But the main thing is that I need her bedroom to be here, looking at that bedroom. Maybe the mother is a waitress, but also does the housekeeping. Well, not. I don't know about housekeeping for the apartments. That wouldn't be right. Never mind. It's not a hotel. Okay, maybe her bed is here. And her mirror is over here. And she's looking through the mirror and seeing things. Well, just seeing the neighbor. The neighbor, her rival, but still. Or, where's your vanity table? Do you have one? Do you use one? Yeah, how about for yours? I don't know. Do we... So that won't work. So she's laying here with her head turned that way, but seeing in the mirror looking back that way. This is just extra. Yeah. Although, if there's a dresser with a mirror on it, I doubt it, but dresser, vanity table that she probably uses more for doing homework. Let's get something low backed. Yeah, maybe just a stool. Yeah, that's an odd one to have, but it's either that or is there anything to see through? I mean, technically that one, but that's a tall back. Okay. Let's reload that. Okay. And we'll worry about doing the other rooms and stuff later, but we've got our main story here set up. there's a way to set up a mirror to look into the other mirror. Both mirrors would have to be like right here to do that. And they'd have to be, but vanity table to vanity table, that's good. Oh, it's after midnight. All right. Let's save. Now this might mean that I might need to either reuse my high school that I made from World Without You, or just have them go to Copperdale as adults and do scenes and stuff there. Just act them out. Because nobody cares that you're there because you're not actually attending a class. I mean, she could be walking by while the cheerleading event's going on or something, and the Joanna could be like with her friends and making fun of her or something, or maybe the friends are the ones always picking at her, but Joanna kind of joins in or something because she can't be seen as not cool. Of course, there's, the rest of the backstory, like, did they grow up here the whole time? Did Joanna move to this apartment? When, more recently? So I have my whole new crest available. I got a 50-40, I got a 40-30, 40-30, so that's helpful. I mean, heck, I got everything, really, because, I got this whole lot that I can get rid of. So just gotta figure out what I want to do with that school. Okay, that's another thing. Yeah, I gotta make one of them at some point. Oh wow, that's a. I got rid of that vacation rental in order to put up the Pier at the Plaza Hotel. There's a piano just sitting there. Do I want to do more tonight? Well, right now I'm just kind of scoping out where. I don't think waterfront property is appropriate for a cosmetology school, though. I think the rent's going to be a little too high for that. Maybe, maybe over in Gibby Point. That might be a little more appropriate. A little more of a small townish feel. Or in Brindleton. Let's check Gibby, though, because I don't do a whole lot in Gibby. 40-30. Maybe what I'll do is I'll shut this down for the night. Maybe I'll play the beauty store simulator for about an hour. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to put it here, though. Well, you have, like, no, downtown in those places is not necessarily Again, that's on the waterfront. We're not. You know, if anything, Magnolia might be a good place for it. This is just too fancy to put it here. I mean, so is Magnolia's also a little bit, but then again, the fact that I've got them living in Willow Creek, Magnolia will be a little bit more appropriate. Do, 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 do. So, I was just reminding myself that this coming week, the American Truck Simulator game is going to have Illinois released. And I was trying to think how I could somehow tie that in with this. Perhaps Charlie's dad is a truck driver and he's away from home a lot. There's nothing wrong with the relationship between him and her mother and all that, but he's just a long haul truck driver, and that could give me a reason to do a truck driver, at least to check out what's going on in Illinois. See if they have any new companies or anything. See what the deliveries are. Because at the moment, unless there's a 4-2 print, I just realized something. The publisher in Beauty Magazine, where the former publisher, where the office is right here, her name is Charlie Chambers. So I have already used a female Charlie, and what is it, onomatopoeia or alliteration, where same Charlie Chambers, Charlie Camarillo. Somewhat alliterative. Now this is where the train station was that I turned in. I made a train station. I don't know if this is necessarily a good spot either. I mean, what really is a good spot for a cosmetology school? I mean, I guess Newcrest kind of makes sense, but it's still, I'd be putting it on one of them really fancy lots where the water fountains behind it and stuff in that downtown area. This is not really appropriate. I don't really want to do that. That's only 30-20. 40-30, but that's the community space. See, that's the thing. I'm leery of knocking down buildings in this town because of all the voting and changing things, and it's just, I want to, but I don't want to. That's 30-30, which could be doable since that's a rather large lot. park is huge. No. Maybe where I put a bowling alley in Brindleton. Maybe. I mean, it's on the waterfront, but it's not rich people waterfront. Yeah, this is a small town. And I like that it's got the road right here. I could always make it part of a shopping center and add in some other things going on. Yeah, I think this is where we're gonna go. Maybe I'll do like before and put a salon over here. Just a different style. Or something. We'll put something there. How big was that lot? It was probably a 30-20. It's not a very big lot, but you definitely have a lot of room over here. What was this? 40-30? Yeah. So let me look at the gallery. I want to see what other people have. People sure do have a lot of good stuff. It's just see, now that's what I'm talking about. Just to get an idea of what I could do. So what do we got? That looks like a music store, CD store. That's a cupcake place. Art gallery. A bar. And a bookstore. Okay, that's nice. That's neato. I wish I could pick up where I left off, though, you know? Okay, that's more like it. Hey, look, a mannequin head. Yeah. What is this, a tattoo place? Yeah. Yeah, it's a tattoo place. And a thrifty clothing type place. And that's, okay, that's a spa. Nail spa. Okay, this is starting to annoy me because unless it's custom content, I own the shit. Or, I've got all the packs. So whatever the hell it is you're removing, you better cut it the fuck out. Pardon my language. I didn't mean to swear, but okay. So we do have a salon over here. Got a laundry over here. That's cool laundry. Oh, and then this oh, using the doctor beds as your shampoo beds. Tables. Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah. What's on the oh, looks like an upper floor to me. Manicure chairs. And this is either the apartment where they live or a hotel room. Clothing shop. Place to eat. In order for that, I'd say set up a cafeteria table thingy so that you could go in there and, like, either that or one of the vendor things. So maybe L-shaped like this, with the school back here so I can get more space out of it. Walk this way to do something, and then walk that way to do something. And the parking lot out this way. Now, didn't we build... Weren't we building a strip mall at one point somewhere? We were. Maybe maybe it was in the prequel. But then we also plopped down Jen's shopping center. I don't know if we saved it or not, but I was so sure that we had something from here. Maybe it was one of Freebird's. That almost looks like a A&P, one of the old school colonial style ones that they call them. I think that's what they call them. I don't know. That could be wrong, but anyway. Open air marketplace. That's where you go to buy your open air. You don't want to buy the clothes there. You know, I'm just letting you know. You know, it's not good for you. Boy. Yeah, I am kind of running out of time here. I think this is where we're gonna go. Maybe I could even do a like a parking lot going like this with a wedge building here and like a triangle here and a triangle here with the parking lot in the middle. You know, something like that. Or a building here and a building here with the parking in the middle. And maybe a little building back here or something. Could even be something like I like it. That's lined up right, going with that wall there. Maybe I could do the opposite and go towards that wall. Um, it's kind of weird looking though. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I just don't know what I would do if that ever happens. Definitely not prepared for it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm kind of tired right now, so I'm just kind of fooling around. I don't know why I'm forcing it, but it's like I'm trying to get this to be a 12-hour episode, and it's just... I don't want to keep y'all hanging on for longer than we need to be if I'm not doing anything, though. So, yeah. I think I'll go ahead and end it early. I mean, we did get a lot accomplished in today's episode. Maybe I'll do a recap. Let me go... I will do a real quick break here, and then I will come back and we'll recap what we got done today, as far and maybe reiterate what I'm trying to do with this series. So, go get some coffee warmed up and take the next half hour to recap. Alright, well, that was kind of productive. I'm not necessarily going to say what I was thinking, but I came up with some more plot ideas while I was away. You know, and I don't want to tell the whole story in the plot thing and then not have anything to do later. Because this is supposed to be a series, not a, hey, tell you a story and, well, there's episode 1 and done. But, so, let's start off with, when we started the episode today. These are mannequin heads. That's what they exist to be. They're mannequin heads. I can add them in as many times as I need to a household. You know, it's like add them into the house, and then they go with these guys to the school and, you know, cut their hair, change it, color it, whatever. Start with a brand new one. But I base these, excuse me, I base these on the actual mannequins that I had when I attended Regency School. Regency Beauty Institute. It was my second time going to school. This time around, instead of 1 mannequin in the kit, there was 5. That's very fortunate to have, because those things are expensive. You know, even back then they were like, you know, to buy one brand new was like $40, $45. You know, you could get them on eBay and stuff, used ones. You get lucky and they'd still have some long hair, but you know, Craigslist and eBay are good for, especially, you know, like Craigslist and stuff, or even these days Facebook Marketplace. You get students that were about to go to school or went a little bit and then for whatever reason didn't go, and they've got mannequins they haven't finished using yet, and they're trying to make a buck to get back some money. So anyway, those are the mannequin heads. These are I'm probably going to put the school here. I just got to figure out what shape, whatever. I might make a shopping center, I might not, but at the moment, the main characters are here on this empty lot. They're going to live here. Dad might be a truck driver in Illinois when that comes out next week, but I'm not necessarily going to play it right away. Usually when the DLCs come out for American Truck Simulator, I want to play them right away because they have an event that is time limited, but they said they were putting those on hold, so if that's the case, I won't worry about doing an event. Especially if this gets going. Okay. The Camarillos live next to the Delaney's. Or the Camarillo family. Joanna and Charlie, that's a female, Charlie, have bedrooms with windows that face each other. And I will once again reiterate that it is not a voyeur thing, it's not a crush thing, it's more of a jealous admiration, wishful thing. The poor one here wishes she could be more like the popular rich one over here. The poor one is a tomboy. Never really did anything with her hair or her clothing. Couldn't afford nicer things. She lays in bed, looking this way, and can see back through the window at... That's Charlie over there, Joanna over here, either sitting on her bed or sitting at her vanity table, doing her hair, putting on makeup, whatever. Always getting her hair highlighted and stuff, you know, things that... This one, while it seems like she never had an interest in doing that stuff, actually, by watching her, wishes that she knew more how to do. And it's not something she talks to her mother about. Again, unfortunately in society, in a lot of places, hairdressing is seen as a job that you can't make money at, which is not true. If you do it if you do it the right way, you make money. If you do it the way I did it, where I was trying to help everybody who don't have any money, then I don't get any money, and then I have to work at a grocery store to pay for it, and I don't make it. But that's my fault, because I didn't charge enough. Anyway, but that's what it is. She's afraid to talk to her mother, who's a waitress, with her dad driving a truck, struggling, and barely making ends meet, living in this nice place, but it's run down and barely affording it, because these people won't fix this up for whatever reason. Maybe I need to add like some sort of superintendent or something at some point, maintenance guy, gal. Doesn't have to be a guy, it could be a gal. Maybe somebody that cuts the lawn, or I don't know. But at some point she's going to decide she's going to try to go to cosmetology school. In the meantime, this one over here, the cheerleader who's also on the volleyball team. I don't know if there's volleyball scholarships, but this one's got one. This one's going to have some sort of scholarship if she goes and plays volleyball. She can either do that or try to get into one of the other universities that her mother thinks she should go to, and maybe that her mother would pay for it, or at least partially pay for it. But she's going to disappoint her mother by wanting to go to cosmetology school for some reason. And in the meantime, over the years, she's been doing her own hair, messing around with it, going and getting it done, playing around with her friend's hair. Probably might have been coloring on it, maybe cutting, maybe braiding, whatever. But, you know, could be as simple as trimming your friend's hair in the bathroom or something at school. But that's the kind of thing she's been doing. But her mother doesn't know she's been doing that. I mean, she might have, you know, obviously the mother would see that she's changing her hair and stuff, but that doesn't mean she wants to go to school. But that's going to be that. And somehow these two, which don't get along, because at school, it's not necessarily that this one starts it, but when her friends pick on this one for being poor, this one can't stick up for her and ends up picking on her too. And they're going to end up in the same cosmetology school class together. And we'll have to see what happens when they do that. And the other part of this is I'm going to treat this when they are in class. I want to try to at least somewhat sound like the teacher's is actually giving a lesson. You know, everybody get out your mannequins, section them off for this. Everybody partner up and do manicure pedicures. And I ordered a textbook, an old one that I used to have, but I ordered one from eBay. When it gets here, I can start looking through it and coming up with ideas. But I am a licensed cosmetologist, going on 12 years. In August, I will have had it for 12 years, my license. That doesn't mean I'm an instructor. You know, that doesn't mean I'm not doing this to teach people how to do each other's hair. If anything, if you like what you're learning and hearing, go sign up for school. Or become an apprentice. Or my thing is, if somewhere in you there is a passion buried for wanting to do hair or any cosmetology thing, don't suppress it. It will eat you alive if you have that and you're not letting it out. Same goes for any other passions or jobs or things you wanted to do. If you can find a way to do them, make it happen. I started school when I was 24. I finished when I was 38. I had to sit around for 12 years not knowing what to do with my life before my circumstances changed to the point where I was living in a new area with new schools to try after giving up. It took one little spark of somebody saying one thing to me that got me thinking about going back. And less than 2 months later, I was back in the classroom. So, as the song goes, take your passion and make it happen. That's the song that when I took my mom with me to go get my diploma, that's the one that I had playing. The flash dance song. Because I knew she would like that song too. But anyway. Irene Cara is, she had some good stuff. She also had a cameo in DC Cab, and also had the song for that movie, and it was very similar to Fame and to Flashdance. I never really let go of the dream. But yeah, we got about 10 minutes to go here, so. Developed. But she didn't have any friends. Maybe she had guy friends or something, but but no girlfriends. Um, you know. journaling. When the schooling starts, I would like to begin and or end episodes with Charlie starting or ending as well as drawing illustrations as if I'm writing on a whiteboard or something, like I've done before when I've made cosmetology illustrations. And I would like to, if needed, I will use mods or custom content for hairstyles, for doing salon gameplay. You know, over time, I will add it in as I figure out what I want to try. But yeah. Currently, my game has no mods. I'm not going to start that until at least after this update coming up, because they're telling us not to have any mods at the moment. You know, disable them or whatever so they can do the update and then put them back in and all that. But, so, anyway. Here. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should give everybody a chance to pause and read that at a later time if they want to read it. But yeah, I think we've established some good stuff there. You know, it was slow starting out because I had to do a lot of talking and all that. But it was hard figuring out the house thing. But I ended up just copying and pasting the one house and figuring it out. Characters are living here at the moment because I would rather build that before I put them in. You know, I can just as easily give them motherload money because, you know, Mama Delaney there's supposed to have some money. So, yeah. It's not a rags to riches story. We're not doing a challenge that everybody else is doing. We're doing my challenge. My challenge is, how long can I have this series go where I'm actually reading from the textbook and pretending to do cosmetology minimum practical applications and things, and, you know, as if they're going to school. So, and still telling the story. So I'm gonna leave this as is for now. Well, here I'm gonna go in here so that we stay with playing as this family. So don't put me back on the pancakes or any of that crap. I'm gonna have to get back in create a sim and get these other clothes off of them though. But okay, time is just about up. I got less than 5 minutes to go here. So this is the thumbnail I threw together. These are characters from my other series. They just happen to be engaged in a haircut. So I used it. This is the book that I have ordered. I used to have a copy of this that a friend sent me before I went to school the first time. A friend that was an instructor in Texas. I live in Michigan. But I had this book. I had the purple one from a few years later. I had another one from when I went to school in 2013. So I learned from these books in school. So, as well as the Regency method of teaching. They had we had videos with an instructor named Linda in the videos. So we all learned the same thing. We all learned how to part the hair, to section the hair, to blow it dry, so that if you do it this way and follow the instructions, then you can get faster and this and that, and, you know, it's like we all learn the same thing. It's whether or not we do the same thing that, you know, matters after that. But with that, let's scroll here. We got thank you to Daniel. Daniel Fryer, Fryer Nexus Gaming. He plays American Truck Simulator and sports games. He's had some Truck Simulator game videos lately. Freebird was here. She's was or is currently streaming in Sims 4. She was. Looks like she stopped. But she's currently doing a couple of different series. She's got a 100 baby challenge that she just started. Potato is here. Potato, you know, comes and visits the different chats, mine and Freebird and others. She's a regular. Let's see. Was Jen here? I'm not seeing Jen. I think Jen was around yesterday. Or maybe I'm just thinking of... Anyway, Jen's also a regular. And then Serena was here a little bit ago. So, hello and thanks to all of them who joined in. And hello to anybody listening now. whether it's now or in the future. And welcome to any new people who start following along, because I'm hopeful that despite my flaws and my temper and whatnot, I can get a few new people to, at least check in with me once in a while. I'm not expecting people to watch 12-hour episodes, but, be nice to have a few new followers to join the party.